Hola a todos, soy Silvia Leal, divulgadora
Good
científica,
morning. My name is
experta
Sylvia Leal. I'm
internacional
a
en
scientific
tecnología
communicator
y
and
líder de
international
futuro.
expert in future
Quiero daros
trends
la
and
bienvenida
technology.
al cuarto
Welcome to
Congreso
this fourth
Internacional de
International
Tecnología
Congress on
y Turismo
Technology
para la
and
Diversidad.
Tourism
En
for
esta ocasión,
Diversity.
en formato
This
online
time in
y
online
horario de
format
tarde
and in
para
the
que podamos
afternoons
llegar
so that we can
más
go
lejos, no
further
quedarnos
and not
solamente
stay
en
just in
España.
Spain.
Y os damos la
We
bienvenida a
welcome
todos,
you all,
profesionales,
professional
estudiantes,
students,
formadores, usuarios,
trainers, users,
amigos de la
friends
Fundación
of the
11,
ONCE
de
Foundation
España y de otros
from
países
Spain
como
and from other
China,
countries such as
India,
China, India,
México,
Mexico,
Sudáfrica,
South Africa,
Argentina,
Argentina,
Brasil,
Brazil,
Alemania, Austria,
Germany,
nuestros
Austria,
vecinos de Portugal
our
y Francia,
neighbors, Portugal and
Israel,
France,
Grecia,
Israel,
Estados Unidos, Reino Unido
Greece, the
y
United
Bélgica,
States, the
entre
UK,
otros.
and
Todos
Belgium, among
gente
others.
curiosa, gente que
All
se acerca
curious
a este
people
congreso
who
para
come to
aprender
this
sobre
Congress to
tecnología,
learn about
sobre
technology,
turismo, sobre
about tourism,
accesibilidad y por
about
encima de todo,
accessibility, and
sobre
above
las
all,
personas.
about
Durante
people.
estos 5 días se
During
van a
these 5
compartir
days,
conocimientos,
knowledge,
innovaciones, nuevas
innovation,
ideas,
new ideas,
buenas
good
prácticas y adelantos
practices,
que nos van a dar
advances will
nuevas
be shared,
perspectivas que nos
which will
lleven
give
a
us
caminos que
new
ni hubiésemos
perspectives
sospechado
that
en
will lead
proyectos que
us
llevemos
to
en
paths
marcha
that we
o a
could not even
desarrollar
have
con nuevos
suspected, and
proyectos y
projects
con
that would
nuevas
carry out
perspectivas.
or to
Y
develop
sobre
new
todo se
projects
trata
with
de
new
compartir
perspectives. Above
todos los
all, it's
ponentes
about
que
sharing.
participan tanto en las
All the
sesiones en
speakers who
directo
participate
como en
in
las
both the
grabadas
live
colaboran
sessions
de manera
and the recorded sessions
desinteresada,
collaborate in a
aportan su
selfless way,
experiencia y
contribute their
conocimientos para que
experience
entre
and
todos
knowledge
podamos
to
conseguir
achieve a better
un mundo
world.
mejor. Así que desde
So
aquí
from
les damos
here,
las gracias
we
y ya
thank
que
you.
estamos
And
agradeciendo, no
since we
queremos
are
dejar de
thanking, we do not
mencionar
want
a
to
los
fail to mention
colaboradores
the
del Congreso,
collaborators of the
sin los
Congress,
cuales
without
no hubiera
whom
sido
it would
posible
not have
llegar
been
hasta
possible
aquí.
to get
A
here.
la Organización Mundial
To the
del
World
Turismo,
Tourism
a la Red
Organization, the
Europea de
European
Turismo
Accessible
Accesible,
Tourism
a
Network,
AMETIC, al
AMETIC,
CERMI, al Real
CERMI,
Patronato sobre
the Royal Board
Discapacidad,
on
a
Disability,
Casadomo, a
Casa
eSmart
Domo,
City, a
eSmart City,
PlayStation y, por
PlayStation,
supuesto,
and
al
of
Grupo
course,
Social
the
11.
ONCE
Todos
Social
aportan
Group.
y, por
Everyone
consiguiente,
contributes
suman para
and
llegar
therefore
más
adds
lejos
to
con
go
nuestro
further
propósito de
with our
mejorar la
purpose of
calidad de vida
improving
de
the
las
quality
personas
of
con
life of
discapacidad.
people with
Salvo hoy, que
disabilities.
es un poquito
Except
especial
for
por ser
today,
el
which is
día
a
de la
special
inauguración
schedule
y el
because
viernes
it's the
clausuramos
opening
cada
day,
día,
and on
tendremos
Friday,
3
where we
sesiones.
close.
3 sesiones
Each day we'll
cada
have
día
3
hasta ese
sessions.
viernes. La primera será
The
una
first
ponencia
will be
marco
a
donde se
framework
expondrán y compartirán
presentation where
experiencias que nos
experiences that
inspiren.
inspire
Las
us will
otras
be
2 serán
presented
mesas
and
redondas
shared. The
donde
other 2 will
profesionales
be
de diferentes
roundtables where
ámbitos
professionals from
nos
different
presentarán
fields will
proyectos y
present
aportarán
projects and
ideas
contribute
para dar
ideas
soluciones a
to provide
proyectos
solutions
comunes.
to common
Entre cada
projects.
una de estas
Between
sesiones,
each of these
mientras
sessions, while
técnicamente
technically we
desconectamos con
disconnect
unos y
with some
conectamos con
and
los
connect
siguientes,
with the
se
following,
proyectarán vídeos
videos
con
with
distintas
different
temáticas para
themes
hacer
will be
mucho
projected
más
to make
amena
the wait
la espera.
more
Y
enjoyable.
además de estas
In
sesiones, os
addition to
digo que
these
tendrán
live
lugar
sessions
desde las
that will
3 de
take
la
place from
tarde,
3
hora
in the
española.
afternoon
No
Spanish
olvidéis
time,
las sesiones
don't
que están
forget that
grabadas
sessions
y
that are
serán
recorded
colgadas
and will
en la
be
página
posted
web
on the
desde
website
hoy.
from
2
today.
cada día y el viernes
2 each
19,
day, and on
la
Friday the
última.
19th,
Son
the
las
last one.
sesiones dentro del
These are the
programa,
sessions
nuevas
within the program,
perspectivas
new
sobre
perspectives on
tecnología,
technology,
turismo y
tourism,
diversidad.
and
Y desde hoy
diversity.
se podrá ver
From
la
today, you'll be
sesión
able
de
to see the
formación
training session
Accesibilidad
on
en el turismo,
accessibility in
moderada
tourism,
por Yolanda de la
moderated by
Fuente
Yolanda de la
Robles,
Fuente
experta en
Robles,
turismo
an expert
accesible
in
para el
accessible
Banco
tourism for
Mundial.
the World
En esta
Bank.
sesión se
This
pone de
session
manifiesto la
highlights the
necesidad de
need
formación
for
en accesibilidad
accessibility
para
training
lograr que
to
la cadena de
ensure
valor
that the
del
tourism value
turismo
chain
no se
does
rompa.
not
Y
break.
en el panel de
And the
impresión 3D
3D
al servicio de la
printing
sociedad,
panel
moderado por Luis
at the service
Rodríguez,
of society,
técnico en
moderated by
diseño de
Luis
impresión de
Rodriguez,
productos 3D de la Fundación 11,
technician
y
in
en el que
design and
podremos ver
printing of
cómo
3D
la
products of
tecnología
the
puede
ONCE
ser
Foundation,
utilizada para
in which we
aportar
can
y
see how
mejorar la
technology can
calidad
be
de
used to
vida de
contribute and
todas
improve the
las
quality of
personas.
life of all
Y también
people.
os doy, como aparece
I
en la
also give
pantalla,
you,
el
as
hashtag
you
del
see on
Congreso.
the screen, the
Hashtag
hashtag of the Congress, hashtag
TTD11-2021.
TTD
Por favor, a escribir en las
F11
redes sociales
2021.
todo lo que veamos y aprendamos en
Let's
este congreso para que los
write
demás
to the
puedan disfrutar también de él. Y no quiero extenderme más,
use
no me voy a
these
extender
social
mucho más
networks.
para
I don't
hablar
want to
del
extend myself
Congreso.
to extend
Por
much
ello,
further and take
voy a
time away
pasar
from the
la
Congress.
palabra
I'm going
a
to give the floor
Jesús
to Jesus
Hernández Galán,
Hernandez Galan, Director of
director
Accessibility
de
and
Accesibilidad e Innovación de
Innovation
Fundación
of
11,
the
quien
ONCE
además,
Foundation, as
tengo
well
que
as the
decir,
president.
es un gran amigo.
uh,
Un gran amigo y
And
un
he's
querido
also a great friend of
compañero
mine
de
and
la
a
DEF.
colleague,
vamos a tenerle hoy con nosotros como
and he's going
presidente
to
de la
be
plataforma
here as the president
tecnológica
of the
EVIA,
Avia
vicepresidente de la Red
Technology
Europea de Turismo
Platform
Accesible, ENAT,
and
que
vice
nos dará
president of the
la
European
bienvenida
Accessibility
al
Tourism
Congreso.
Network, ENAT,
Gracias,
who will
Jesús,
welcome us to the
y
Congress.
todo
Thank
tuyo.
you, Jesus. You have the floor.
Muchísimas gracias,
Thank you
Silvia.
very much, Sylvia.
Bienvenidos, bienvenidas a
Welcome
todos a esta
to
nueva
all of
edición
you for this
del
new
Congreso
edition of the
Internacional
International
de Tecnología
Congress
y
on Technology
Turismo
and
para la Diversidad.
Tourism
Este año,
for
como decía
Diversity
Silvia, en un
this
nuevo
year
formato, en un
with a
formato
new
online.
format, an
Tuvimos que
online,
tomar la decisión
online format.
hace unos meses, ya
Just a few
que,
months
como
ago,
sabéis, en pasadas ediciones lo
we
hicimos en Málaga.
We
Y
were
la verdad
in
es
Malaga
que ese
together,
formato
and this
presencial nos
in-person
permitía
format allowed
estar
us
en contacto
to
mucho más
be
directamente,
in direct contact
intercambiar
and exchange
impresiones, conocimiento,
ideas, know-how,
contactos en
contact
esos momentos entre ponencia y ponencia, entre mesa
between
redonda y mesa
the
redonda.
different
Pero este
presentations
año no
and
ha podido ser. Hemos tenido que hacerlo en este
conferences,
en
but
este
this year it
formato.
was
La
impossible. We had to
prudencia
do it
imperó
using
y
this
decidimos
format, so we decided to do it
hacerlo así. La verdad es que nos hubiera
using this
gustado
format.
también
We would have
utilizar
liked
algunas de las tecnologías que
to
se están utilizando en estos
have
momentos para
first-hand
algunos
experience or on-hand
congresos
experience with some of these
online, en el
technologies,
que se permite
but online,
hacer contactos entre los congresistas,
right,
entre
and have this
ponentes,
contact between
clarificar
the different
agendas, etcétera.
members
Estuvimos
and so
analizando
forth. But we were analyzing,
diversas propuestas
and those
tecnológicas, diferentes
technological
soluciones de
proposals,
plataforma, pero la falta
platform solutions, and
de
so forth,
accesibilidad
and the lack
lo
of accessibility
imposibilitó. Por eso lo vamos
made
a
it
hacer
impossible.
en
That's
este
why
formato.
we're
No
using
vamos
this
a tener la
format.
posibilidad de tener esos contactos tan
So we won't
directos
have these
que
direct
permiten
contact
otras
person to
otras
person.
plataformas, pero
But in
sí
any
que
case,
vamos a
we
poder
will
disponer
be able
de
to
todo el conocimiento
have
que
all of
se va a
the
generar
know-how
en este
generated
congreso.
through this
Sí me
Congress.
gustaría
I
iniciar
would like to
dando las gracias
start by
a todo el
saying thank
equipo
you
que
to
ha
the
hecho
whole
posible
team that made
este congreso.
this Congress
Un gran
possible.
equipo
A
humano,
great
aunque
human team,
pequeño en número.
although
La verdad es
small
que
in
ha
number.
sido un trabajo
So it's
ímprobo el que han
been
tenido que realizar, muy
really
especialmente
difficult
Sonia
work,
García y
especially
Antonio
Sonia
Germo, para
Garcia and
llegar
Antonio Germa,
a este punto,
who
para
allowed us to
conseguir
get to
que
where we
todo
are
estuviera en
and make
perfecto
sure that
estado
everything was
para
working
poder
just perfectly
tener esta cuarta
to be able to
edición
have this fourth
del
edition
Congreso.
of the
Y
Congress.
quería
And
empezar
I
mi
wanted to
intervención
begin
hablando de
my
agentes
talk
de cambio
talking
social que
about the
somos
social
desde la
change agents
Fundación
here
11,
at
cómo
the
hemos
ONCE
ido
Foundation,
ayudando al cambio
helping
social en materia
bring
de
about
accesibilidad en
social
nuestro
change and
país.
accessibility in our country.
Mira, nacimos hace 33 años.
We began work
Cumplimos
33
3
years ago.
oncenas. La verdad es que este número para nosotros, como sabéis, es
This
importantísimo. 3
number
veces
for us is
11.
very
Y a lo
important because
largo de
it's 3
estas 3
times
oncenas hemos ido evolucionando como
11.
una sociedad,
ONCE are the name of our
tratando de
organization.
mejorar
And
la
we've been trying
accesibilidad y,
to
por supuesto, la
improve
inclusión
accessibility and
de las
inclusion during all of
personas
these years
con
for
discapacidad.
people with
En la primera
disabilities.
oncena,
In the
en
first
los años
11 years,
90, en
from
la primera
1990,
década después de nuestro nacimiento en el año
after our
88,
birth
nos
in
centramos
1988, we focused
muchísimo en la eliminación de
on
barreras
eliminating
arquitectónicas, urbanísticas y de
architectural
transporte. Y lo hicimos
barriers,
a través
and we
de
did this
el convenio de colaboración
through
más
a
importante
collaboration agreement, the
que
most
ha habido tanto
important
en nuestro
one
país como a
in
nivel
our
mundial, el
country
convenio con
and
el Inserso. Y
world.
esto fue
This was
fruto
an agreement
de
with
la lucha, del esfuerzo, del
Inserso.
trabajo
This was the
que
result
realizó
of a
en su
lot
momento
of
tanto el
work,
equipo de la Fundación como
and
muy
the team at the
especialmente
foundation,
Miguel Pereira.
especially
Miguel
Miguel
Pereira, una
Pereira.
persona
He was a
que le
person
debo mucho, le agradezco
that I
mucho, me
admire
enseñó mucho.
tremendously.
Fue mi referente,
He
una
was my
persona lesionada medular
benchmark,
que
really.
en el año 2003 tomé el
In
relevo,
2003, I took over for
ocupé su
him.
puesto. Una persona para
And
mí la más longeva
really, he
que
was
conozco con
a
lesiones medular, ¿no? Una
role
persona
model
que ha
that was
llegado a
here
los
for a
84
very
años en un
long
estado
time.
de salud como Miguel
And at
Pereira, ¿no? Que
age
además tuvo el COVID
84,
y lo superó con
he is
éxito,
still in
¿no?
great health, and
Pues
even
por
went,
aquel entonces
even
tuvo que
had
luchar
COVID
muchísimo con los
and
ayuntamientos
overcame
para
it
conseguir
great.
introducir la eliminación de barreras
So
arquitectónicas a través de este
this
convenio de
elimination of
colaboración
architectural
y
barriers through
conseguir
this
generar
agreement,
esa
and
cultura
he
de
generated
accesibilidad
this
en los
culture of
ayuntamientos, enseñar
accessibilities
a los
in
técnicos
city
municipales
councils.
a
He
construir de forma
taught people how
accesible,
to
aprendiendo a través de
build in
haciendo,
an accessible
porque
way,
con los proyectos que nos
and
enviaban
with
a la
these
Fundación 11,
projects
ellos
into the ONCE
hacían
Foundation,
e incorporaban la
they
accesibilidad en
incorporated
estos proyectos,
accessibility
¿no? Con lo
in
cual
these projects. And
generamos
so
esa
we
formación
generated
o
this
provocamos esa carencia
training
de información
and
y de
this
formación
information
que tenían los técnicos en su momento.
for
Ya cuando
technicians
empezó
at that
este
time.
siglo,
At the beginning of
década
this century,
de los 2000, o en la segunda oncena,
the second
ya empezaron,
11-year
los
period,
teléfonos móviles
we
empezaron en el
began with
año
mobile
94,
telephones in
a Airtel
1994.
empezaron antes, pero a Airtel lo estaba mirando esta mañana a ver,
I was
para
looking
tener algunas
this
referencias.
morning
La
to see
segunda
if
licencia de operadores en nuestro país llegó en el 94, Yahoo se
in
creó en el 94, pero cuando tuvimos la
1994,
verdadera explosión
but the real
fue
explosion
a
in cell
partir de
phones was
los 2000, ¿no? Con esa
after the year
explosión
2000, the
de las
explosion
.com, cuando ya se normalizó todo. Y a partir de ahí tuvimos que trabajar
in cell
muchísimo,
communications. So we had to work
continuando
very
con
hard
la eliminación de
then
barreras
to eliminate
arquitectónicas, pero trabajar muchísimo
barriers
para evitar que la
so
tecnología
that
naciera con
technology
problemas de
would
accesibilidad.
not have
Y esto era lo que
accessibility
estamos
issues. And that's
viviendo día a día,
what
¿no?
we were working on
Muchos
every
teléfonos
day.
móviles,
A
la
lot of
primera,
mobile
primer
telephones,
smartphone,
the
aquellas
first smartphone,
BlackBerry por
the
por
first
allá de los 2000, en
BlackBerry
2003
around
nacieron las BlackBerry, y
2003,
cómo nacían con
and
verdaderos
how they
problemas de
really did have
accesibilidad.
accessibility
Y
problems
tuvimos
for
que
people with
trabajar a lo largo de
disabilities.
este
And we had to
tiempo
work over this
para
period of time
poder
to
evitar que la
prevent
tecnología
or to
siguiera
make
surgiendo
sure that
con
technology
problemas
did
de
not have
accesibilidad. Y ya,
accessibility
bueno, en esta
barriers.
última
And now in this last
oncena
11-year
hemos
period,
puesto en marcha
we've
muchísimos
implemented
proyectos
many projects
relacionados con la tecnología
related
en los
to
últimos años,
technology
relacionados con las tecnologías
and
emergentes, las
emerging
tecnologías
technologies,
disruptivas. Y si a
disruptive
lo largo de
technologies.
esta
And in
presentación, de
this
esta
presentation,
conferencia
in this
inaugural, os voy a contar
inaugural
lo que hemos
speech,
hecho
I
en
want
estos
to
últimos
talk
años,
about what
las
we've done
cuestiones que
just
creo
in recent
más
years, because I
relevantes
think these are
que
some of the
han
most
ayudado
important progress that has helped
y han contribuido
and contributed
a esa
to
transformación
this
social.
social
En primer lugar, me
transformation process.
gustaría
First of all,
hablar
I would like to
de
talk
normalización,
about standardization,
cómo esta
how
herramienta,
this
una norma, puede ayudar
tool,
a todos a
how a
mejorar
standard
la
can help us
accesibilidad.
to improve accessibility.
La normalización, en principio, puede resultar
Standards or standardization
un trabajo
can
etéreo que se
sound
plasma en un documento.
kind of
Las personas con
ethereal.
discapacidad necesitamos resultados, necesitamos que realmente
We need
los entornos,
to
productos y servicios sean accesibles,
make sure that products
pero
and
una
services
norma
are accessible, but
realmente
it's a standard.
ayuda
The
a
standards
los
really do
técnicos,
help
a los
the technicians
profesionales, a
and
las
professionals
industrias, a las
and
administraciones
industries, the
públicas,
public administrations
a
as well,
implementarlo
to
de
implement
forma correcta.
these in
En
the proper
definitiva,
way. In short,
incorpora,
to
genera
incorporate
un
and
lenguaje
generate
común,
a
conceptos
common
comunes,
language,
criterios
common
comunes,
concepts,
que
common
ayuda a
periods that
todos a
helps
incorporar
everyone
la accesibilidad
to
en este
incorporate accessibility
caso. Hace unos
in this
años,
case.
Avelino
A
Brito,
few years
fue director
ago,
general
the Director
de
General
UNE,
of
comentaba que
UNE of UNE
si
said
en
that
España el
in
tejido
Spain,
productivo,
the
la empresa, la
productive
administración
fabric
pública, la sociedad civil se
and the civil
involucrara
society, if they
en
all become
materia
involved
de normalización
in
tanto como la Fundación
standardization
11
as much as the
se
UNSE Foundation
involucra en materia de
and
normalización en accesibilidad,
accessibility
España
standardization,
sería en
Spain
materia de
would
normalización como Alemania o estaría por encima
be
de Alemania.
above
Porque
Germany in that
la
regard.
involucración que hemos tenido
And the involvement that we
en
had
materia de
in
normalización, siendo trabajos, como
standardization
digo, arduos, a veces
with
etéreos, llegar a
very
consensos es
hard work, reaching
hipercomplicado,
consensus is
pero cuando
extremely
ves
difficult.
finalizado el
But
documento, la
once
verdad
the
es que el
document finally
orgullo que
does
te
come out,
produce,
the
la
pride that you
satisfacción que
feel,
te
the
produce es muy
satisfaction
alta,
that it produces is
porque
very high,
sabes que tienes,
because
que has
you
generado
know
un
that you've
documento
generated
de
a
gran utilidad
document that
para
is
toda la
very
sociedad.
useful for the
Y en
entire
estos últimos
society.
años, de
And
hecho,
over in recent years,
desde finales
since the
del
end
año 2000, pero se ha
of
publicado
the year
en
2000,
España en el 2000.
this was published in
21, la
2021
norma
in Spain, the
UNE, la
standard
17210,
210 or
se centra en
17-2010 that focuses on
accesibilidad al
accessibility
entorno construido.
in
Habla de requisitos
constructed environments,
funcionales, no da
functional
requisitos técnicos,
requirements, technical
pero la
requirements,
importancia
and
de
the
esta norma de
importance of this
accesibilidad al entorno
accessibility
construido,
standard
que si os
in
digo, nos ha
constructed
tocado
environments,
trabajarla de
which
forma muy intensa desde
required
España. UNE
tremendous amount
ha
of
sido
work in
la
Spain.
Secretaría Técnica,
UNE was the
la
technical
Fundación 11,
secretariat,
a mí
the
personalmente me ha
ONTE
tocado ser
Foundation
el
was
chairman de
I was the
la
chairman
norma,
through ONTE of the
del
standard,
proyecto de norma, de los grupos
the draft
de trabajo.
standard, and all of that work,
Empezó
and it began.
a trabajarse, a
We
pensar en
began
la
to
elaboración de una
think
norma en el
about
año 2006,
drawing up
para que
the
veáis el
standard
proceso
in
tan largo
2006. You can see this was
que
a
lleva
very
generar una
long
norma.
process
Luego
to
tuvimos una
generate
primera
a
fase
standard. We
en
had a
la
stage
que allí
one
estuvimos analizando
in
la
the process,
accesibilidad
looking at
que
the
hace
different
esta norma,
needs
y
that we needed to include
finalmente
in
se
the
inició la
standard.
segunda fase
And
del
then the
mandato
second stage was the mandate
por el que se regía este proyecto de
governing
norma
this
para llegar a un
draft
consenso. Y ya tenemos
standard to
a
reach
nivel europeo, en
consensus. And
España
then
probablemente no aporte mucho, ya teníamos la UNE 170.001, una norma pionera que se
we
aprobó
had
a
the
principios de este siglo,
another
a principios de los años
more
2000,
international standard
y que
that
hablaba
came into
precisamente
force that talks about
de estas cuestiones. Pero
these
realmente
issues. But
importante es que
really,
ya tenemos un documento
now
único,
we have a
un
unique
documento común
document, a
en
shared
toda
common
Europa.
document through in
Y
all of
esto
Europe now.
realmente
And this
genera
has generated
muchísimo valor a todos los
tremendous
profesionales
value to
que
all
tienen que
professionals
trabajar
that have to
en
work
nuestra
in
Unión Europea.
the European Union.
Realmente hemos conseguido un documento de
So we
consenso
have
en
a
el que hemos tenido
consensus,
que
consensus
en algunos
document,
momentos desatascar algún bloqueo,
and
bloqueos que se producían con
we had
otros
to work hard to
grupos
come to
o
consensus, of
comités
course, in
de
different committees,
normalización.
standard
Recuerdo
committees.
precisamente con ascensores tuvimos un problema importante porque
We're
había
talking
un
about
grupo de personas con
lifts. There was a group
discapacidad
of people with
que demandaba
disabilities
una
that
serie
were
de
calling for a whole series of
ayudas técnicas,
technical
productos de
aids
apoyo, soluciones tecnológicas
and
en el ascensor, pero que
technological
tenían que estar
solutions for
regulado
lifts
por
that needed to be
el grupo de
regulated
trabajo que
by
normaliza
the working group to
los
create
ascensores
the standards for
por este
lifts.
comité, ¿no? Pero bueno, conseguimos
So
finalizar
it
la
was
norma y ya
difficult,
tenemos
but
un
we did
documento
come up with this
realmente útil.
document, which is very
Otra norma
useful.
también,
Another standard,
marchamo muy español, una norma
very
que
Spanish,
nace desde España
that
y que
was
tiene
initiated
impacto
in
en
Spain and had
todo el
an
mundo, es
impact
la
in the whole
norma de
world,
turismo,
is the
la ISO
tourism
21902. Y ahí sí que
tourism
tanto UNE
standard
como Secretaría Técnica
21902. Now, the technical
Fundación ONCE, en este
secretariat
caso como
in
Project Leader,
ONCE
y como convenor Marina Diotayevi con todo su equipo, con
and
Igor y con
Igor's
todo su
team,
equipo, hemos conseguido
we've
llegar a buen puerto esta norma. Una norma que nos ha llevado
were
muchísimo
able to
menos
come up
tiempo.
with this standard.
Apenas 3 años hemos conseguido
It's only
llegar a
3.
finalizar y ver
It took
este documento
only 3 years
publicado.
to publish this document on this standard.
Una norma que nacía,
And this
partía con un gran reto.
had a huge challenge ahead of it at the
Teníamos
beginning. We had
que conseguir un
to
documento que
come
fuera
up with a
aplicable
document that
tanto
could be
en España,
applicable both in
en
Spain,
Europa,
in
en
Europe,
Estados Unidos
in the
y Japón,
United
por
States,
hablar de
and
países
Japan, just talking about
bastante avanzados en materia de
some
accesibilidad,
advanced
como en
countries
otros países, no
and
quiero
in
dar
other countries as
ningún
well,
nombre, pero sí países en desarrollo
like
que no tienen
developing countries
implementada,
as well that
incorporada la
hadn't
accesibilidad al
implemented
mismo nivel, y eso sí que
any
era un gran
accessibility
reto, pero
issues yet. And this
conseguimos
was
el
a big
consenso
challenge to get
y
a
conseguimos
consensus
que esta
and
norma
to see that this
haya
standard
visto la luz y se haya publicado.
could be
Una norma que se
published and
publicó en
applied.
el año
Now, another
2018,
one applied in 2018,
que por tanto se
and
se
therefore
publicó antes del
it
pasado
was
Congreso
published
de
before the
Tecnología y
last
Turismo para la Diversidad, pero
Technology
que quería
Congress, but I
contarla
did
hoy
want to
por
talk
la
about it today
importancia
as well,
que
given
tiene
its
la
importance
accesibilidad
in
cognitiva,
accessibility,
una
cognitive
unas-
accessibility
unos colectivos, una
for
accesibilidad
groups
con la que teníamos una gran deuda.
where we have a lot of work
Accesibilidad
to
que había
do
que
so,
trabajarla, que había que
accessibility that we
avanzarla,
need to
que había
work
que
on. We need
generar
to
conocimiento
create a
para
knowledge
poderla
base to be able
incorporar,
to
para poderla
incorporate and be able to
realmente desarrollar.
really develop
Y
this
gracias al trabajo de
this standard.
muchos,
Now, thanks to the work
de
on the
CEPAT,
part of many
de
people,
UNE, de todas las entidades
UNE
del movimiento
and
asociativo,
other different
de
members of
personas
civil
con
society
discapacidad
and people with
intelectual, del
intellectual
CERMI,
disabilities, CERMI,
conseguimos
we did manage
aprobar
to
esta
pass
norma
this
de lectura
standard
fácil, una
on
norma que va a
easy
ayudar
reading.
muchísimo a
This
generar
helped
documentos, elaborar
in generating
textos
documents
que puedan
and
ser
texts that could be
utilizados por
used
personas
and read
con
by
algún
people
tipo
with
de
some type
discapacidad de
of
comprensión. Y esto era muy importante que lo
understanding
pusiéramos
disability.
en
And this was
marcha para tener
extremely important
criterios comunes,
to come up
criterios
with common
que
criteria
estuvieran
that
armonizados.
would
Es
be
una norma experimental, con
harmonized.
lo
It's
cual para
still
llegar a esa
experimental.
armonización todavía
We haven't
nos
reached that
queda
harmonization yet. We still
proceso,
have a whole
pero
process to
criterios
work
que
there, but
estuvieran
criteria
consensuados
that
por
were
todas las
agreed by
partes.
all of the pairs.
Otro documento que ayudamos a traducir, que viene del EDF, del Foro Europeo de Personas con Discapacidad, es el Toolkit, el manual para la transposición de la Ley Europea de Accesibilidad. Como sabéis, se aprobó la European Accessibility Act, que su transposición será al año que viene. Y ha sido un documento muy fácil, muy sencillo, un documento que describe muy bien todos los requerimientos de la ley, todos los ámbitos que abarca, todos los plazos que debe cumplir esta ley. Un documento que entendíamos que debía de ser traspuesto traducido a nuestro idioma, tan solo está en inglés, en lengua de signos y en castellano. Y esto ha sido fruto del trabajo, del esfuerzo conjunto del CERMI y de nuestra fundación. Y hace unos meses se pusieron en contacto con nosotros desde la World Travel Tourism Council, que es el consejo que aglutina a la industria del turismo. Es un organismo en el que las grandes empresas, las grandes industrias turísticas se reúnen para generar conocimiento y estaban muy interesados en desarrollar unas guías, un documento que hablara de inclusión, que hablara
very
de accesibilidad.
interested
Por
in
eso se
developing
pusieron
a
en contacto
document that
con
talks about
nuestro país, con
accessibility.
nuestra organización, con
That's why they
nuestra
got in touch with
fundación,
our
para poder colaborar con
organization
ellos
in
en el
order to be
desarrollo
able to
de
collaborate with them
este
in
documento.
the development of
Pues
this
importante es la
document.
normalización,
So
fruto de esos
this
estándares,
standardization
resultado de esos
is
estándares
the result
pueden ser las
of
certificaciones.
these standards. And
útiles
the result are these
que pueden ayudar, por un
certifications that are
lado,
very
al
useful, that can be helpful
empresario, al fabricante
both
que
for
desarrolla
the
el producto
producer,
turístico,
for the
que un
and
tercero les
the
garantice que
company
están
that
cumpliendo
creates this
con
tourism
los
project
requisitos
or
de
product,
accesibilidad.
and it
Pero también pueden
makes clear that they're
garantizar al
fulfilling all of the accessibility
usuario
requirements.
que ese
And they
producto
also
que
make it
están
easier
comprando
for the
puede
user
cubrir sus
to know
necesidades. Y un
whether this
tercero, un
product that they're
experto
buying
en
is
materia de
going to
accesibilidad, como
fulfill
es el
their
equipo
needs.
de técnicos de
An
nuestra
expert
fundación
in
pueda
accessibility,
analizar, testar,
a technician from our
incluso hacer
foundation,
test de usuario con diferentes
can do
tipos
a
de
user
discapacidades.
test for
Es
different
la
types of
forma
disabilities.
habitual de
This is the
analizar esta
standard way
accesibilidad
of analyzing this
y
accessibility,
determinar a través de
and
ese
also
sello,
to be
el
able to
sello
determine
móvil,
through this a mobile
que ese
seal,
producto, ese teléfono móvil
approval
es
seal, that
realmente
this cell
accesible
phone
o
is
no.
actually
Y hace
accessible.
poco, dada la solicitud de algún fabricante que estaba
Recently, given
interesado
the
también
request
en
of some
certificar
producers that were
productos
interested in
tecnológicos
receiving this
diferentes
seal of
a los
approval for
teléfonos
different
móviles, y en
technological
concreto
devices
Samsung,
other than cell
decidimos
phones, Samsung
lanzar al mercado el sello ATEC. El sello ATEC es un
specifically.
sello
Well, we
similar
decided
al
to
sello
launch the
Amóvil,
AT
que
seal. It's
se
similar to the
basa
Amobile
en
seal.
normas,
It's
se
based
basa en la
upon
3315449
standards on
y se
the
basa
standard
en los
4/9
requisitos que establece la
and
Ley
on the
Europea de
requisites
Accesibilidad, la European Accessibility Act,
of the
para
European
poder
Accessibility Act
certificar
in order
que un
to
dispositivo como por
certify
ejemplo
whether
una
a
televisión
device, for
es
example,
accesible.
television, is
Lo
actually
importante es
accessible.
que productos que se están produciendo, que se están fabricando en cualquier parte del mundo, en concreto
So it's
Samsung
important
en
for
los
the
países
production
coreanos,
of any type of
recurra a una
devices around the
organización
world,
española para
such
poder
as Samsung, which is North
certificar
Korean, as you may
sus
know,
productos.
come
Esto para
to us
nosotros
to
es
certify their
realmente
products.
importante
For
porque
us,
nos
this is
posiciona
a
como
huge
país
deal
como
because it
líderes en esta
positions
materia a
our
nivel
country as
internacional.
leaders in this matter at the international level.
También a solicitud de alumnos
We also
de
received the
personas que
request of
asistían a nuestras
students
secciones formativas,
that
pusimos en marcha
were
los
receiving
certificados de
training
formación.
within our foundation. We
La formación
started
sigue siendo
developing
gratuita. Este congreso es
these
gratuito, a
new
nadie le ha
certifications for
costado
training.
nada hacer
Training
la
is still
inscripción.
free. No one had
Pero
to
sí, si
pay
alguien se
to
quiere
access this
certificar,
congress.
tendrá
But if
un
someone
pequeño
wants to
coste.
receive a
Son
certification,
50 euros,
it
no es
has
una
a
gran
small,
cantidad, pero
they have to pay
pedimos
a
los
small fee.
certifiquéis,
It's
sobre
around
todo si
50 euros.
realmente os va a ayudar,
We
os va
wish
a dar
that you
algún
will
valor
get
para
certified
que
if
podáis
this is
entregar
going
en
to
vuestros
provide you some kind of added
procesos
value
formativos, vuestros currículum
that can
formativo
be useful
os
for
puede
your
resultar de
training
ayuda.
curricula.
Os animo a que
If it
os
can be helpful for any of
certificáis.
you, I
Sin duda
would like to
alguna,
encourage all
los
of you
fondos que
to receive
recibimos por
this
estos sellos los
certification.
revertimos,
The funds that we receive through the payment of the
ingresamos en
certifications,
nuevos
we
proyectos.
reinvest them in new
Fondos van para
projects.
generar nuevos
These funds are used to
proyectos
generate
tecnológicos,
new technological
proyectos
projects
relacionados con la
related
accesibilidad.
to accessibility.
Fruto de la colaboración entre el Real Patronato
It's
sobre
a
Discapacidad
result of the collaboration between
la
the
Fundación
Royal
11,
Patronate for
pusimos
Accessibility
en
and the
marcha, lo
11
lanzamos
Foundation. We
el año pasado, el
launched
portal
last
web
year this
Accesibilitas. Lo
Accessibilitas
presentamos el año
website.
pasado,
It was
probablemente muchos de
launched
vosotros
last year.
ya lo
Probably
visitéis,
many of
pero
you
se ha
are
convertido
already
en
visiting
el
it.
portal de referencia
But
en
it's
materia
clearly a
de
reference
accesibilidad
website in the
en
matter of
castellano, en español.
accessibility in
Es un
the
portal que
Spanish
hemos realizado
language.
con fondos del Real
With
Patronato sobre
This was done
Discapacidad y
with
de la
funds
propia
of the Royal
Fundación
Patronate
11,
for
y sí
Disability
que el
and
objetivo
ONCE
es que
Foundation.
sea un
And our
repositorio
goal
en
is
el
for it to
que
become a repository
estén recogidos todas
that
aquellas
collects
cuestiones
each and
relacionadas con
every
la
question
accesibilidad.
related to
Aquí tenéis
accessibility.
el menú del portal de la
Here's the
plataforma.
landing page with the menu
Tenemos un
of
equipo
the
que está
website.
recogiendo la actualidad.
We have a
Yo creo que
team
muchas
that
de las
collects
personas que están registradas en la
news,
plataforma nos mandan actualidad para que le demos difusión
things
a
that we
través de
receive from
de la
people who are
plataforma.
connected to our
También
website
recogemos
that want
discursos y
to make
jornadas y las
public
acciones
this
formativas
information.
para
We also
nosotros son
organize training sessions,
fundamentales.
which are key for
Por
us.
eso le damos tanta importancia a
And
esta
that's why we
área.
place so
También
much
estamos
importance
haciendo
on this
análisis
area.
y
We're also performing
buscando todas
analysis
aquellas líneas de
and
subvención y
seeking
ayuda
any
que puedan ayudar a
possible
personas
line
con
for
discapacidad, a asociaciones,
fundraising
entidades,
in order
a
to be able
empresas para
to
mejorar la accesibilidad.
assist.
Tenemos
For instance, companies
una
are
parte
trying to improve their
la
accessibility.
plataforma francamente
There's
interesante. Esta
also
sección
a part
de
of the
productos
platform that
de
is
apoyo en el que
especially
estamos
interesting.
incluyendo
This is all
soluciones
support materials.
diseñadas para
The
poder
fourth
ser
line
impresas
on
en
the
3D.
slide is
Son
for
muy útiles
companies
para que
that
cualquier
work in
persona, a
3D.
través de un diseño a
It's
bajo
very
coste,
useful
pueda
for
imprimírselas
anyone
en cualquier
through very
impresora
low
de
cost
3
design
dimensiones, en su ciudad, en
can
su casa, en
print
su barrio,
using a
y
3D
pueda
printer
dar,
at home or in their
resolver
city,
algún problema
and it can help
a través de
them
estos productos
solve
de apoyo. Estamos
some
creando una
any
red
issue they might
importante de
have through these
colaboradores
support materials.
en el que estamos
We have this network
poniendo en
of
contacto a
collaborators,
diseñadores para
and we're
que
trying to get
podamos
people in
colgar
touch
cada
with
vez más
designers so we
productos,
can
podamos alimentar esta sección y
upload
pueda
more and
dar
more
cada vez más
products
utilidad
so we can
a
provide
los
more
usuarios que visiten la plataforma.
value for
Otra parte
the
importante es la
users of
mediateca,
our website.
formación de todo
Another
tipo, las
important part of the
publicaciones. No hemos querido
website is our media
colgar en el portal todas las
media
publicaciones que
library. We
tenemos de
haven't been
accesibilidad,
able
sino
to publish everything,
linkarlas a los portales donde se encuentran.
but
Lo
we
que
try
sí
to
estamos
link
haciendo es un
to the
esfuerzo muy
websites where they're
importante,
in.
y el equipo que gestiona Accesibilitas está haciendo un
The
trabajo
team that
encomiable
makes accessibilitas
para
possible
hacer
is
un
doing a
pequeño
very
resumen,
important
un
job
extracto de cada
for doing
uno de
a
los
very
documentos, con lo cual
important
facilitamos
summary
muchísimo
of all of the
al
documents
lector sobre la utilidad de la publicación.
in order to inform the reader about the use,
También podéis encontrar normativa técnica y legal y
how
casos de
useful the
éxito, que para
publications
nosotros es
are.
muy importante.
We also have
Casos que han
technical and legal
resultado
regulation.
con éxito,
We also have
puedan ser
success
expuestos en la plataforma
stories.
para que sirvan de
All of
inspiración
this can be
a
uploaded in the
cualquier
platform so
persona.
they
El
can
otro
be
gran portal es Discamnet.
so they can work of
Este
inspiration
portal
for
es
anyone.
histórico de nuestra fundación, lleva
Another
muchísimos
website
años
is Hispanet,
gestionándolo
which is a historical website
y
for
está
our
centrado en discapacidad
foundation and is focused on
general.
disability
Como
in
decía antes,
general.
la formación, las publicaciones para nosotros son muy
Training
importantes.
and publications
animamos
for
a
us are
que
very
debéis de
important, so we would like to
nuestra,
encourage all of you
en
to
nuestra biblioteca,
sign
accedéis a
in
nuestra
to
biblioteca,
our
porque
library,
dado el interés que tienen las publicaciones,
given
son
the
unas 40.000
interest of
descargas
our
anuales, es
uh,
la media
publications.
de
We have an
descargas de
average of
40.000.
40,000 yearly downloads.
Anualmente publicamos entre 10,
Each
15
year we publish
publicaciones nuevas con el
10 to
objetivo de
15 new
generar conocimiento
documents in order to generate and disseminate knowledge.
Para dar alguna referencia a las últimas
To provide
publicaciones que
some references of our
presentamos,
latest
por ejemplo, el
publishings,
Manual Técnico de
we have
Accesibilidad en Municipios,
provided the
actualización
technical
del manual que
handbook for
presentamos
accessibility
el
in
año pasado, en el
municipalities.
2011,
This
y
was
esto lo hemos
presented
vuelto a actualizar en el
in
año 2019.
2011
Esta
and
ha
we
sido de gran
updated
utilidad
it
para los
in
técnicos de discapacidad.
2019, and it's been it's turning out to be very useful for technicians
Formación
who
online.
manage
Formación online
accessibility in their
la
municipalities. It's also an online
a
training
través de este
program.
canal podéis encontrar una cantidad importante de cursos
So
MOOC
through
todos los
this
años
channel, you can find a lot of
o más.
mock
Son
courses,
cursos, como su propio
MOOC.
nombre indica, abiertos,
These are
masivos,
open,
online,
massive,
que sin
open
duda alguna
online
podrán
courses,
ser
as
de
its
gran
name
utilidad para
states,
aquel que tenga algún
and they're
interés
very
en
useful
esta-
for anyone who
en
might be
esta
interested
materia.
in this matter.
Y hemos puesto en marcha varios proyectos que
And
dan
we have launched
respuesta
several
a las
projects that provide
necesidades de la
an answer
incorporación
to
al
the
mercado
needs
laboral
of
de las
the
personas con
incorporation to
discapacidad. Ahora voy a
the
poner
work
un
market of people with
vídeo
disabilities.
que
Now I'm
habla
going
sobre
to
el
play a
banco de
video
productos de
that talks
apoyo
about
y a
the bank
continuación os
of
pondré
support
otro
products,
vídeo que
and
introduce
then I
lo
will
que
play
como dice
another
es
video that I
todo
will
el proyecto Borsar,
introduce
proyecto que fue
afterwards
desarrollado con Microsoft
about the Borsar
para
project that has been
ayudar a las
developed
personas con
jointly with Microsoft in order to help people
intelectuales o
with
sin
disabilities.
dadas. Bueno, este vídeo os
Well,
cuenta
this
en qué
video
consiste nuestro banco de productos de apoyo.
tells about how our bank
Este
for
proyecto
support
es posible
products
gracias al convenio entre Fundación
functions.
11 y el Real Patronato sobre Discapacidad, por la igualdad de oportunidades en el trabajo. La sociedad se está adaptando, pero aún hay camino por recorrer.
Society is adapting. There's still a long path to walk. Don't be the last one to do it. Foundation 11 and the Real Patronage for Disability launches the first product bank for companies, freelancers, and SMEs. We offer counseling and support products that a person with disabilities might need in order to perform their job properly. That way, we contribute to equal opportunities for people with disabilities when they're hired by a company. We're a bank, but for products, and we're on your side. We make things easier for you. We provide these products without any cost for the company for a limited time, so that entities, workers can have the chance to know whether they want to keep going on their contractual relationship.
Bueno, y a continuación os voy a poner un vídeo
And now I'm
que os
going
cuenta en
to
qué
play
consiste
a
un
video
proyecto sobre
that
inteligencia
tells how
artificial
an
para ayudar a las
artificial
personas con
intelligence
discapacidad
project
intelectual
works in order to
a
help people with
entrenarse
intellectual
en,
disabilities to train
sus habilidades blandas, y
their
también
soft
analizar
skills,
esas propias habilidades
to
blandas en un
improve
sistema
those soft
que tenemos que
skills.
entrenar. Hemos
This is
desarrollado el
something that we need to
algoritmo a
develop.
través
We
de un
have
proceso de
created the
aprendizaje de la
algorithm,
máquina,
and now
entrenamiento de
we're
la
feeding
propia
knowledge into the
algoritmo para
machine and
poder
training the
acabar con
algorithm
un
itself so that we can
elemento, un
yield
documento, un producto, un
a
software
product
que
or a
nos
software
ayude a
that
estas
can
personas
help
a poder
these
ser
people
evaluadas en base a
be
estas
evaluated
habilidades blandas. Es muy
upon
importante,
on these soft
ya que
skills.
en muchos casos nos
This is
dejamos
highly relevant
fuera a
because
estas personas, los
often these people are
desarrolladores
left out.
este tipo de software.
Developers for
Se
this type of
olvidan
software
esta parte de la
often
población
forget
y
about
produce
this
lo
part
que
of the
se conoce
population.
como sesgos.
And we
Sesgos
have this
algorítmicos
algorithm
excluyendo
bias.
a muchas personas que están fuera
And
del
it's
estándar,
excluding
fuera
for
de la
many
media, y
people
esto
who
es
are
lo que nos pasa a las personas con
non-standard. They
discapacidad,
don't
que como
fit the
estamos
average people.
un poco alejados de la media, en muchos casos
Since
se nos
that's what
excluye
happens
por
to
no
us
estar
people with
dentro de los
disabilities, because
parámetros estándar
we do not
próximos
fit the
a
average,
la media.
so we're
Vamos a
excluded in the end. Let's see the video.
Hoy en día, las empresas no solo utilizan los
Nowadays,
currículums
companies
para
not
valorar la
only
experiencia
use
profesional y
CVs
la
to
formación
assess
educativa de los candidatos a
training
un puesto de
and
trabajo,
professional
sino que
experience
también evalúan
and
otras habilidades,
their fit
llamadas
into their
habilidades blandas
workforce.
o soft
They
skills.
also assess soft
Entre
skills.
ellas se encuentran
Among
la
them,
capacidad de adaptación al
we
cambio
have
o la
the
inteligencia
ability to
emocional.
adapt to change
Esto
or
mismo
emotional
ocurre cuando se quiere
intelligence.
acceder
The
a
same
una
thing
formación
happens when you want to
especializada o
access a
profesional.
specialized or professional
Según
training.
LinkedIn, entre las
According
habilidades
to
blandas más
LinkedIn, among
relevantes
the
en
most
2021
relevant soft
nos
skills in
encontramos con
2021,
responsabilidad
we
dentro
find
de la ética del trabajo,
responsibility, work
adaptabilidad e
ethic,
inteligencia emocional,
adaptability,
rasgos de
and
la
emotional
personalidad que hemos
intelligence.
elegido
These are
para ser
traits of the
evaluados a través de la
personality
aplicación
that we
Gosa.
have chosen to be
El objetivo
assessed
principal de Gosa
through the
es que las
Gosa
personas con discapacidad
application.
puedan
Its
acceder a
main
pruebas de
goal is
evaluación
for
de habilidades
people
blandas
with
en un
disabilities
entorno
to be
inclusivo,
able to
accesible, atractivo,
access
divertido y
soft skill
personalizable.
tests through a very
Gracias a la
highly
incorporación de la
personalized
inteligencia
method
artificial y la
through the
gamificación.
use of
La inteligencia
artificial intelligence
está
and
incluida a través de los
gamification.
servicios cognitivos de Microsoft.
Artificial
mientras
intelligence
que
is
también
covered
se ha
by cognitive
desarrollado un
services
sistema
by
de gamificación
Microsoft.
en forma de
We have
puzzle
also
para
created
animar al
a
usuario
gamification
a continuar
process
hasta el
in the
final.
shape of a puzzle in order to encourage
A
the
la aplicación
participant
se
to
accede a través de
go
un
all the way
portal
to the
web
end.
accesible
It's
para personas
accessed
con
through a
discapacidad,
website which is
desde
accessible for
visual
people with
hasta cognitiva,
disabilities,
pudiendo elegir
whether they
para este
be
uso
visual
colectivo
or
entre
cognitive.
lectura lectura fácil,
You
storytelling
can
o
access
ambos.
through storytelling or easy
Acompañando a
reading,
nuestro
or both.
personaje por 3 breves experiencias,
Accompanying our
somos capaces de
character through
evaluar los
3
aspectos de la
brief
personalidad:
experiences, we are able to access
responsabilidad,
3
adaptabilidad y
aspects of
estabilidad
personality,
emocional.
as we mentioned before.
GOSA, un proyecto de
GOSA,
Fundación
a foundation
con
on
el
the
apoyo de
project
Microsoft.
with the support of Microsoft.
En el ámbito de las Smart Cities llevamos trabajando hace tiempo.
In the scope of smart cities, we've been working for a while.
Smart Human
We
City.
have this concept called a smart human city because we were very concerned on how this revolution in our cities, this incorporation of technology into our cities was leaving out human beings and human diversity, in which way it was excluding many people. We were very concerned with this issue, so we have developed our own projects in order to improve the accessibility of any citizen, their interaction with their physical space. I would like to talk about several solutions that we're currently developing. First one is Incluye project. It's a mobile app for the analysis of accessibility of buildings. Probably we're skipping ahead of technology. This has happened to us before in the past. Starting projects for which technology wasn't mature enough yet. And this is what is happening to us. This application, this app works through the camera of the phone. Through the use of several gadgets, it's able to measure the accessibility of the buildings. But currently, the resolution of this image acknowledgement systems is not precise enough for what we need. However, we're using it in order to raise awareness. We're working with Samsung and Santillana in order to help accessibility on schools. We are distributing this application so that children can play and assess the accessibility of their buildings. We're currently producing reports, not automatically, which was our goal, but manually. We will be able to improve this, and we already have the platform.
And then we have the Gorison project. They're probably listening to us right now. I wanted to say hello to them. Great professional and a fantastic person who's having a little difficulty right now, but I'm sure that he'll soon be out of the hospital and back with us. So, Mari Carmen, thank you. She has worked on this solution. This is a mobile application to interact with lifts. Many times people come to a lift and maybe once they're in the lift, they found that they're having trouble getting in and out of the lift. A blind person sometimes comes to a lift and can't find the buttons, or it's very difficult to find the buttons. And if that's and most times they're not in Braille or have any other information. Now, with these new lifts, you don't have to touch anything, but with the mobile telephone, you can activate the lift. And that's fruit of collaboration with NIAS systems and with different companies, different lift companies. We'll see a video in just a moment. Another project by Natalie and Victor's team is the Siberian Center for the Fight Against Forest Fires. This is for accessibility in emergencies. We're training emergency personnel so they know how to evacuate a person with a disability. Just this Friday, we won an award in Catalonia in this area. And we're also developing an application to be able to communicate with people with disabilities in the case of an event like this. And this project, funded by the European Commission, it's an RED
de Andalucía,
program,
Portugal,
and
varias
it was from
universidades.
Andalusia and Portugal, and different
Veremos
universities
los frutos a
participated.
finales del año que viene, y
And
viene
it
a
will bear
resolver
fruit at the end of next year,
problema,
and it
un
will
problema muy
resolve a
importante que tenemos
very
las
important
personas con
problem
discapacidad en
that
las
we have
evacuaciones.
with people with disabilities in cases of
Y otro proyecto
evacuation.
en el que probablemente
Another project
nos estemos adelantando
that we're
a la
working on,
tecnología
where we're
es
really
el que
that
lo
cutting edge
es
technology,
es un sistema de
is
inteligencia artificial,
an artificial
es un
intelligence
sistema de
system
reconocimiento de imagen, es un
working
sistema
with
de
images,
machine learning, en
maxi
el
learning,
que alimentando al
while
sistema con
feeding
fotografías
the
de
system with
entradas de hoteles,
photographs.
puede discriminar si es
It can
accesible
discriminate
o no es
whether
accesible.
a hotel,
En
for
estos
example,
momentos
is
reconoce algunos
accessible or
elementos,
not.
como
It
puede ser si hay rampa o no hay rampa, si es
recognizes
escalón o no hay
whether there
escalón,
are
si es
ramps or
felpudo,
not,
si hay elementos
whether there's
señalizadores
a
en
carpet,
paramentos verticales de cristal, por
different
ejemplo, si la escalera a la
vertical
entrada del hotel,
glass
si hay algún elemento
glass
señalizador
doors and
para que
so
una
forth,
persona con deficiencia visual no tenga ningún
so that a
problema,
person with
pero
a
hasta
visual
ahora
deficiency
hasta
has
donde
no
hemos llegado
problems.
con la tecnología, por ahora no mide. Pero es lo que tienen los proyectos de I+D, seguiremos investigando, seguiremos
We are
trabajando para poder
researching, like I said,
avanzar
this
en
is
esta
cutting
línea.
edge technology
Bueno,
that
pues
we're
vamos a ver
advancing
el
on.
vídeo
And we'll take a look at a
del
video now
proyecto
on
Pulse.
the Pulse, what's called the Pulsate project, about the LIFTs.
El ascensor es el medio de transporte más utilizado en el mundo.
Is the most frequently
También es
used
el más seguro.
transport mode of
A las
transport
necesidades
used in the
derivadas de
world.
la actual situación sanitaria, el sector de la elevación
It's
se
used
enfrenta a
in the
la
healthcare center and in all
accesibilidad
areas.
universal.
We're talking here about universal accessibility for lifts.
Ante la actual situación
And
sanitaria,
given
con el
the
fin de
healthcare
promover
system and to
la inclusión de
promote
las personas con
inclusion
discapacidad,
of people
la
with
Fundación
disabilities,
ONCE,
the
Nadia
UNSAFE
System
Foundation
y la Federación
and the
Empresarial
Federation,
Española de
the
Ascensores
Business
hemos firmado un
Federation
convenio de
have signed
colaboración
a
para
collaboration
desarrollar
agreement
una
to
botonera
develop
virtual que
virtual
garantice
buttons
la
for
seguridad
lifts
y la
to
accesibilidad
provide
universal
security
en el
and
entorno
universal
elevador.
accessibility for elevators or lifts.
Es un sistema que permite
This
que
is a
cualquier
system
usuario utilice el ascensor
where any
sin
user
necesidad
can
de
use a
usar
lift without having to physically use the
través de una
buttons on the
aplicación
lift. Now,
móvil
using a
gratuita que
mobile
estamos desarrollando
application
tanto
that we
para
are
iOS como
developing
para Android, cuando nos
for
encontremos cerca del ascensor,
Android and
podemos
for
llamarlo e interactuar con él
Apple,
gracias a la tecnología Bluetooth.
we
El
can
único
use
requisito
Bluetooth
es
technology
instalar
for
una
this.
serie de
You
dispositivos en
install
el ascensor que nos
a
permitan
number of devices
El
in the
sistema es compatible
lift
con todas las
so that
marcas
this
de
can be used.
ascensores del mercado.
This can be used with all the different brands of lifts in the market. So it'll be a universal remote
A través del
control.
usuario final,
And
hemos querido tener en cuenta al técnico ascensorista. Por ese motivo, la botonera virtual accesible
the
contará con
typical
una forma de configuración
system
sencilla
of buttons
e
has
intuitiva.
an
Para
intuitive
el proyecto, tanto la perspectiva
type of
de
format that we wanted to
como la
copy in
experiencia
our
ha sido
virtual remote control for lifts.
Desde el Unión Tecnología y Accesibilidad, junto a
And in
Nadia
our
System,
accessibility organization,
hemos trabajado en el diseño de
we've
una
been working
aplicación
on
fácil,
designing
sencilla,
an
intuitiva y
easy-to-use
sobre todo accesible.
application which
Podemos
is
acceder
accessible.
a ella a través de
We can
voz, de los propios asistentes
find
virtuales,
this using a
también
voice
con el uso habitual de nuestro teléfono móvil con las
or
configuraciones predeterminadas de
according
accesibilidad.
to the configuration, the accessibility configuration that we have on our phones. Calling this is the voice assistance on a person's phone, bringing up the application to call a lift. So the mobile phone can be used, can use this application, which is extremely easy to use and intuitive.
Desde principios de 2020,
Since the beginning of 2020, we've been working together with Nadia Systems and the ONCE Foundation, and we're making great progress. And we'll soon be launching this project in the Q3 of 2021. This is an ambitious project. And I would like to invite all the different companies in the sector to form part of this initiative, to come on board.
Bien, otro proyecto, como
So
veis,
another project, as you can see,
solos casi nunca.
we never work by ourselves. We always work in collaboration
de socios, compañeros de
with
viaje, ¿no? Y en el
different
proyecto del Camino de
partners.
Santiago,
We have a project on the Way of St. James, the Camino de
proyectos en los
Santiago.
que más
This is one of the projects
compañeros
where we had the
de
most
viaje
colleagues
tenemos. Ahora voy a poner un
working
vídeo de un
together. I'm
usuario
going
de
to
la
show
tecnología de
you
Microsoft, de los
a video
científicos que
now
llevamos
using Microsoft technology,
varios años
but we've been working for
trabajando
several
para
years
mejorar
to
la
improve the
accesibilidad,
accessibility
la
of
orientación, a la comunicación, a la
the
señalización
communication and the
del Camino de
signposting of
Santiago,
the
desde
Camino
luego
de
la
Santiago, the
accesibilidad
Way of St.
al
James.
propio camino física, desde el punto de vista
This is
físico,
for the
que es
physical.
francamente complicado.
It's a
Y
difficult
estamos
path for a
trabajando también
person with
recogiendo la
disabilities,
información de
and
los
we're
albergues
collecting
que son
information from all of
accesibles
the different
para
lodges
poder
along the path to make
facilitar
them
esta
accessible
información
and provide
a
this
los
information
peregrinos. En
to
definitiva, estamos
the
generando un
pilgrims going to
repositorio de
Santiago. We
tecnologías,
have a
la tecnología del sistema
repository
geográfico
of
natural,
all the different
la aplicación más
technologies, and
descargada por todos los
this
peregrinos,
is
y
an
la
application
tecnología
that's
Soundscape
downloaded by
para
all
ver
of the pilgrims.
un ejemplo de que
We'll
el
see an
usuario de la
example of this
tecnología
now, and
Line Explorer
we have the Line Explorer
para ayudar a
technology to
orientar a
help
los
people find their way so they
peregrinos
can
en el
orient
camino,
themselves better. We
tecnologías
also
que
have
van a
technologies
ser de gran
that
ayuda
will
a
really
los
help
peregrinos. Vamos a ver este
pilgrims.
vídeo
So let's take a look
en
at
el que
this
vemos unas
video
pruebas de
where we
usuarios de
see
esta
some
tecnología.
testing being done with users on the Way of St. James, the way to Santiago.
Saben que es una tecnología de
So
guía.
we're using guiding technology using the mobile telephone and sound.
Lo que hace es localizar dónde está la persona que está utilizando la
Finds
aplicación.
a person who's using the application and then using different markers or beacons. They can find this person in the city or in rural areas. Now, this pilot program is just trying to analyze how this technology really does help users.
La aplicación lo que te va indicando
The
es
application indicates the direction that you're walking in when you're moving along a path. And there's something it does very well, and that is starting from zero, I can tell if I'm going in the right direction or not. But this is extremely helpful for me.
2.65 kilometers.
2.65 kilometers to go, says the app.
Queremos que todo nuestro software sea
We
accesible.
want all of our software to be accessible for people with disabilities, and the UNSAFE Foundation plays a huge role in this to tell us which things we need to include and make better so that the software really is accessible. We think that the future is these intelligent types of apps, and we're still working on collaboration because technology is growing so fast. Microsoft is such cutting edge, on the cutting edge of technology and these emerging technologies that I'm sure that in just a few years we'll be collaborating in areas that we can't even imagine today.
Bueno, otro de los ámbitos en
Another
los
of the
que
areas
estamos trabajando
that we're working
es
in
la innovación,
is in innovation,
cooperación. Lo estamos
in
haciendo de una forma muy
cooperation.
abierta.
We're doing this in a very open
Estamos
fashion. We're
contando para proyectos internos con la involucración de todos los stakeholders
working with all different
en
stakeholders
cualquier proceso de
in
innovación que
many
hacemos.
different innovation
Muy
processes.
importante
And this is extremely
contar
important
con el colectivo
to
de
have
personas con
to collaborate
discapacidad
with
para
people
aflorar
with
los problemas
disabilities to
con las
solve their
personas
problems
mayores,
with
para
the
aflorar
elderly,
las
to
dificultades que tienen en su día a
realize
día.
what
Para nosotros
difficulties
es
they
muy
face
importante
in their
contar con desarrolladores
day to
de
day.
tecnología para
So
analizar
we
si
need
puede
to
o
analyze
no puede
whether
ser, que no nos ocurra con
different
las
things can be
personas
done
que
or
ocasionalmente
not.
nos hemos adelantado a la tecnología, y ya lo habéis visto a lo largo de la
And
presentación.
you've probably seen in the presentation the different things that are being done. And so through these open innovation processes, we're working together with all of these people to develop solutions for the development of prototypes that we then test. And one of the most ambitious projects, and the one that's had the most successful, has been collaboration with Astrum. Oh, the whole team has been working on this project with Alstom as a company.
De hecho, hace varios años estuvimos José Luis Martínez Donoso, nuestro director general, José
Our
Luis
Director
Borao,
General,
y yo mismo nos fuimos
and
a
myself and
París
others
y
went to
Lyon
Paris
para
and
hacer
Lyon to
Alstom.
look at.
Estuvimos trabajando
We were in the
con el
Alstom
equipo
facilities and we were working
durante
with a
2 jornadas
team
completas,
during
viendo qué
a
era lo
full
que
2
tenían,
days to
viendo
seeing
qué era
what
lo que
they had
podíamos
and
hacer.
what
Y yo creo
we
que
could
la
do together.
respuesta que ha
And the
tenido este
response
proyecto
to
en
this
Alstom ha
project in
sido
Alstom
francamente
was
interesante. De hecho,
frankly
a nivel
interesting.
internacional está teniendo un
Internationally,
impacto
it's having
muy
an
importante.
important
Están
impact.
diseñando
They're designing
productos de movilidad, elementos de
mobility
movilidad,
projects,
metros, trenes, autobuses
undergrounds,
francamente accesibles y
buses to
empiezan a
make
ser
these
los
more and
líderes
more
en esta,
flexible. They're
en esta
leaders
materia.
really
De hecho,
in
pues,
these
han ganado un
issues.
concurso
They
hace
won
poco
a prize just
con
recently
Renfe,
with from
para trenes
Renfe
de cercanías,
on
Metro de
commuter
Barcelona,
trains, the Barcelona Underground, and so forth.
con lo cual dar la enhorabuena a Alstom
So
por haber
congratulations to
apostado
Alstom
por
for
este
working
proyecto.
hard
Enhorabuena
on this
también
project.
a
Also,
José Luis por
congratulations to
los papeles
Jose
que ha
Luis
cumplido.
for these great
Adif,
results.
entidad con la que
Adif,
llevamos trabajando
a
durante
company
mucho
that we've
tiempo,
been working
también
with
ha
for a
puesto en
long time,
marcha
also has
un proyecto de
implemented
estas
a
características y con
similar
Google
project,
estamos
and with
generando algo
Google,
conjunto,
we're generating
tecnologías
something together as
periódicas en
well.
el que estamos
We work
analizando
together
algunas soluciones
on
tecnológicas, poniendo en
technological
marcha
solutions,
algunas skills que
implementing
puedan dar
skills
respuesta a
that
necesidades
can
de personas con
respond to the needs of
discapacidad
people with
a través de su
disabilities
tecnología, pero por
through
otro
their
lado también
technology, and
ellos
also
han
they
puesto a través de un proyecto pro
are
bono
implementing a
con
pro bono
nosotros a
project with
tecnólogos, a
us.
técnicos suyos,
They're giving us
a modelar,
technical
a
experts
co-crear,
to
a
create or
ayudarnos, a
modulate and
virtualizarnos
help
en
us
los proyectos para
with
poder conseguir
projects
ese
to
éxito final
achieve
de
success
los proyectos.
in these projects.
Más allá de la innovación, en proyectos de I+D,
Now, in
hace
R&D
un par de años
projects,
inauguramos la sala
in
Espacia, un
a
espacio
couple of years,
de
we'll be
innovación, un espacio
inaugurating
para
an
desarrollar
innovation
proyectos de
space to
I+D.
develop
Y
R&D
este año,
projects. And this
año
year,
2021, se ha lanzado a
2021,
través de un
we've launched
vehículo de una agrupación de
a
interés
vehicle
económico puesta en marcha como sponsor Inserta Innovación, dos proyectos de
We've
estas
launched two
características. Con lo cual, desde
projects.
Fundación 11 estamos muy interesados
The
en
Onkyo
ver
Foundation is
cómo
very
se va
interested in seeing how
desarrollando
we can
estos
develop
proyectos que
these
está
projects
realizando Inserta Innovación.
that include innovation. These two projects will have a huge impact on the inclusion of people with disabilities. One is in the labor area. If this had happened, if this project had been in place before the pandemic, we wouldn't have had the problems that we've had in terms of accessibility and the exclusion of many people, especially those with disabilities. And the other project is in robotics, but both projects are really disruptive technologies. One is the ELISA project. This is an automatic translator from sign language. This was a long project. We've been working for a long time. It was very hard to get these functional prototypes because, as you'll understand, I'm sure, it really requires a lot of imaging, a lot of video to be able to train this system so that it can really determine not just a conversation, but just some simple actions. And also, we have another one called Lana for artificial intelligence, and this is voice recognition. We're working here. This is much more mature technology, and soon we'll see results from the Lana project. The Access robot is robotics. This is a group, a research group led by Almudena Alcaide, doing fantastic work. On this Access robot. This project was born of a work forum, a meeting of people with disabilities, and where we need to resolve problems. That was in the area of labor, Access job, and then the other area was Access robot. Let's take a look at the a video now with this first test that we did on the robot. The Access Robot and Transport develops the first robots in open spaces like hospitals, shopping centers, train stations, or airports. These pictures show the robot mapping an area in a shopping center, the glass shop windows and so forth were only some of the challenges that we had to face. These pictures show the test that we did with the robot in a shopping area called Espacio. So thanks to our collaborators, we've been able to work out all kinds of issues, measuring heights of different things, different sensors, and the speed of the robot. And we can get into a train station. This is Chamartín in Madrid to run some tests with a lot of people, a lot of obstacles. And once it was in the station, we mapped the whole station, identifying all of the fixed and mobile and temporary obstacles, and drew up an exact map of the facility. And then, it allowed the robot to move freely through the entire train station without running into any obstacles. So congratulations to the team, the whole team that are developing fantastic work in this research area. And this opens the door to a future field of work, which is quite interesting. In these disruptive technologies that we don't know where they're heading, really, we're having very good results, but over the next 10 or 11 years, in 2021, once we get to 2032, I'm sure that technology will be almost unrecognizable. We'll see technologies that we can't even imagine today. So if we continue down this path, we will accomplish this. We're also working on accessibility in video games. And Garcia has been working very hard with this, collaborating with manufacturers and doing hardware analyses. We're analyzing accessibility through tests with users. Like I said, with Microsoft and Xbox, and Sony with PlayStation, and Nintendo. We're also collaborating with developers. How a person with how a gamer with a disability can play on a level playing field with any other gamer. And we have schools of developers to develop this software, providing training on accessibility. And we're also creating a whole network of collaboration with gamers. We are fostering gamers with disabilities so they get involved in this world. And this is inclusion. A child who doesn't game today could feel excluded. So we want to make sure that these games do not have any barriers. This happened to me with the first edition of Big Brother. Since I didn't like football, I didn't have a subject of conversation with boys, so I felt completely excluded because of my wheelchair. So a child who doesn't play video games also feels excluded, even more than from their own disability. Another activity that we've implemented, and I'm finishing up now, is entrepreneurship with social impact. So this is for entrepreneurs that try to solve a problem related to accessibility or disability, and to foster or model and support business. Some time ago, different entrepreneurs came to us. They asked for help and collaboration. Sometimes they asked us for money, and we, using different models to help them to model their solutions, to test their solutions on people with disabilities, if this could, to tell them if it has a future or not. sometimes we say, don't continue with the project because it's not going to be successful. And sometimes you save the entrepreneur money and time and effort, and you save the investors as well, because we know the market, and we often know if it's going to be successful or not. So, and sometimes we also buy pilots and incorporate them if we see that there's a need for a pilot or a startup. Then we do that. This year, we fostered 8 startups, and 2 of these are now almost where they're being financed. One's a collaboration with 4 million euros, and the other has about 17 million euros of support. So what we've been able to contribute to these startups, we think is important. We've created networks as well with all of the different social impact entities, the whole ecosystem of entrepreneurs with social impact and other types of impacts as well, not just in disability. And I encourage you to download this X-ray of entrepreneurs with disability. And throughout this whole presentation, I've been talking about what we do, talked about some of the people on the teams, and maybe I've left some people out, but I hope that they don't feel forgotten, because the whole team, the accessibility team, I think is the most fantastic team in the world. And the different projects that maybe that I didn't mention, like Monica Rodriguez, who has been working very hard in the experimental standard of easy reading, or Marian, who is working extremely hard also on Accesibilitas. This is a group of professionals. It's probably the best accessibility team in the world. Now, what are we thinking about for the future? Well, we need to continue working on accessibility. We cannot tolerate like what happened in COP26 in Glasgow. A minister in a wheelchair could not gain access to an event in a summit this important due to lack of accessibility. Now, this is something that does not happen in Spain. In COP25, it was completely accessible and in record time. Remember, COP25 was supposed to be in Chile, and due for some different reasons, it was held in Madrid in a record time. And we started to work, and especially Mari Carmen worked very hard. She was there every day, putting together ramps and making the whole place accessible. So we have to continue working on accessibility in the constructed environments. And we also need to work on these projects in a comprehensive and global fashion. Another very important issue is data. We have a lot of data. They're maybe not sufficiently structured, and there are data that could be modeled to provide interesting results, to come up with solutions and models. And so we are working with the government, with the Secretary of State for Artificial Intelligence, and to develop different social projects. And we need to continue to work on R&D projects focused on disruptive technologies. We have a project on intelligent materials, intelligent pavements with sensors, providing information to citizens, to people with disabilities, and we'll see how we focus that in projects such as these. So I'm going to stop there. I went just 7 minutes over my time. I don't want to go on much longer. People tell me that in 20 minutes, their attention span only lasts for 10 minutes. I have made an effort, however, and I hope that this presentation has been interesting to you. Everything that we're doing in our foundation, we're doing this with great passion because we are fully convinced that the work that we're doing is to resolve our own problems and the problems of the future generations for people that have a disability. So welcome to the Congress. Enjoy, learn a lot, and thanks for being here. Goodbye. Thanks very much, Jesus. You've been able to keep our full attention for those 60 minutes, and I can assure you, I need to congratulate you because I'm absolutely sure that, as you said, you have the best team in the world, and you've really impressed us. You've impressed us with everything that you're doing with technology at the service of people with disabilities. So many projects that improve the quality of life of people and that reach the objectives of the ONCE Foundation, which is the inclusion in all aspects of these people with disabilities. Now, before moving on to the next discussion, we'll see two cartoons, both without dialogue, about Peep and Ian. The first, Peep, is the animation director Bruno Simoes, is a dog that dreams about being a guide dog for people with visual disabilities. And then Ian, he's the director. The second video that we're going to see is from the director of animated features of films such as Football, Abel Goldford. It deals with the story of a boy and his struggle to achieve integration. Let's take a look at this.
La accesibilidad al ocio y a la cultura es algo fundamental para la inclusión de las personas con discapacidad. En este caso, la accesibilidad al cine. Que las personas sordas puedan seguir una película mediante subtítulos y que las personas ciegas dispongan de
people to be able to have access to audio description are two key aspects to guarantee accessibility. In the short films that we're going to be watching throughout our Congress, everyone will be able to enjoy them in equal conditions. Audio description that explains what is going on in different scenes while the actors won't speak will be here for everyone, even if this in real life can only be heard for people who need it through Audi's mobile app, an accessible and free app that allows to listen to audio description of film series or short films or documentary through its download in your cell phone. The app syncs audio description with the movie, so only the user needs to be able to hear. I hope you enjoy the accessibility. All of these movies will have subtitles and audio description in Spanish.
In this case, we are talking about accessibility to the cinema. That deaf people can follow a movie using subtitles and that blind people have audio descriptions are two essential aspects that guarantee accessibility. In the short films that we are going to see throughout the conference, all of us will be able to enjoy them on equal terms. The audio description, which explains what happens in the different scenes while the actors are not speaking, will be heard by everyone. In real life, this is normally only heard by people who require it throughout the Audesk mobile app, an accessible and free application that allows us to listen to audio description of films, series, documentaries, or short films by downloading them on your mobile. The app synchronizes the audio description with the movie. In this way, only the user will hear it. We hope you enjoy the screening, with subtitles and audio description in Spanish.
Southeastern Guide Dogs presenta La estatua de un perro con capa azul está sobre un pedestal ante la Universidad Canina. Un cachorro de labrador blanco entra en el recinto. Otros cachorros entran y lo adelantan. En la calle hay
Puppies come in and go ahead of him.
El cachorro entra en el edificio.
The puppy enters the building.
Mira los recortes de prensa sobre perros guía enmarcados
It
en
looks
una pared.
at the news clippings regarding guide dogs that are framed on the wall.
Una entrenadora indica al cachorro que
Trainer points the puppy to go under height measure. He is too short and he stretches to be able to reach.
La mujer le permite pasar.
He lifts his ear.
La entrenadora señala un recorrido en una pizarra. Todos los cachorros levantan la pata. Ella está ante un recorrido llevando a Pip de la correa. Se pone el antifaz y el perro camina derecho.
Trainer goes through the obstacles with the...
Los perros se sirven comida de una máquina. El cachorro da al botón de arranque pero no al de pare. La comida rebosa del plato. Camina guiando a la entrenadora con antifaz. Ella cae. No llega a su pupitre. La comida rebosa en el plato. La entrenadora cae. Pip mira la pared con los recortes de hazañas de perros guía. Se fija en la foto de un perro pequeño. Llena el plato, salta y acciona el botón de parar. En clase está sentado sobre libros. Conduce a la entrenadora con antifaz. Se para ante un obstáculo y ella se agacha y lo acaricia. Un hombre está sentado a una mesa ante un recorrido con obstáculos. La entrenadora tiene el arnés en la mano. El hombre autoriza el inicio. Pip conduce a la entrenadora. Tropieza y cae sobre la mesa del hombre. Pip sale triste de la escuela de perros guía. Se aleja cabizbajo. Mira la estatua del perro con capa azul. Se fija en una mujer ciega que camina fuera del recinto. El cachorro mira por una ventana hacia la sala de pruebas. Llora. Mira hacia la calle. La mujer ciega está en medio de las obras. Pip corre hacia ella. Sale del recinto por debajo de la puerta cerrada. Coge el bolso de la mujer y camina delante de ella sobre un tablón que salva un agujero. Evita los obstáculos de la calle. Se para delante del bordillo y la deja en la acera. Ella se arrodilla ante él y lo acaricia. Pip cruza hacia la entrenadora y los demás perros. El examinador quita la capa azul de la estatua y se la pone a Pip. Él gira contento hacia la entrenadora y adopta la postura de la estatua.
Nuestros perros salvan el día, todos los días, a personas con pérdidas de visión y veteranos con discapacidad. Director Bruno Simoes. Historia Titus Hermann. Estudio de animación Estudio Kimchi. Argentina. Mundo Loco. Fundación Ian, Toby Dynavox y Framingham Pharma. Inca A. Mundo Loco, Animation Studios y Fundación Ian presentan Ian, inspirada en una historia real.
3 niños juegan al fútbol en el recinto de un colegio vallado con una malla metálica. El portero detiene un lanzamiento. Otros niños juegan en el parque y están sentados en mesas de madera. Un niño los mira. Tiene un vaso en la mano. Se sienta a una mesa con otros. Se fija en dos que lo miran riendo desde la esquina de un edificio. Él se entristece. Su brazo tiembla. Se lo sujeta con la otra mano. Cierra los ojos y agacha la cabeza. Los de la mesa le miran el brazo tembloroso. El vaso se le resbala y cae sobre la mesa. Se mira asombrado los brazos. Las pequeñas piezas que componen su cuerpo se separan de él. El viento se lo lleva contra la malla metálica. Al tocarla, estalla en miles de piezas que se reúnen detrás de la malla y forman de nuevo al niño. Mira a los demás desde una silla de ruedas detrás de la malla. Una mujer le acaricia el pelo. Él llora. La mujer está sentada en un banco a su lado. Él se mira las manos. La izquierda está atrofiada. La mujer empuja la silla y se van. La imagen funde a negro. Los niños juegan en el recinto del colegio. El niño está arrodillado dentro del recinto con un dinosaurio en su mano. Una niña lo mira. Él simula que su dinosaurio come del suelo. La niña sonríe y acerca su muñeca al dinosaurio. Otro chico se fija en ellos y pone mala cara. La niña deja su muñeca en el suelo y se va con otra niña. El niño intenta levantarse y cae de bruces. Mira a las niñas. El chico que lo miraba se ríe de él. Algunas piezas del niño se van de él. Se mira la herida en la pierna. Intenta mover las piernas pero cae de bruces. Mira a los demás. La niña de la muñeca se acerca al chico que ríe. Lo mira disgustada. Las pequeñas piezas que componen su cuerpo se separan de él. El viento se lo lleva contra la valla metálica. Al tocarla estalla en miles de piezas que se reúnen detrás de la malla y forman de nuevo al niño. La niña de la muñeca lo mira desde el recinto. Ella se va. Él está sentado en la silla de ruedas. La mujer lo separa de la malla y se van. Caminan paralelos a la malla. Él mira a la niña que juega dentro. Se mira la mano izquierda cerrada. Echa el freno de la silla. La mujer lo mira extrañada y se coloca ante él. Él gira las ruedas hasta colocar la silla de cara al recinto del colegio. Se inclina agotado. Mira al colegio. Mueve las ruedas de la silla hasta acercarse a la malla. Choca con la malla y se deshace en las miles de piezas. Los demás lo miran extrañados. Las piezas se agrupan formando al niño de pie dentro del recinto. El chico que se reía lo mira sorprendido. El niño cae al suelo. Se levanta y cae de nuevo. Cada vez que cae, algunas piezas se desprenden de él y vuelan hacia la malla. Él permanece a gatas agotado. Los demás lo miran. Él se levanta con esfuerzo. Dos cuchichean y se ríen mirándolo. El viento lo empuja contra la malla. Él resbala y se resiste hasta quedar parado. El viento lo empuja y cae al suelo. se levanta. El viento lo empuja contra la malla. La atraviesa despacio con el brazo izquierdo extendido. La niña de la muñeca le agarra la mano y tira de él. Otro niño le agarra la mano derecha. Las piezas tras la malla flotan en el aire. Tiran del niño que atraviesa la malla hacia el recinto formándose con las piezas que vuelan a su alrededor. Otros ayudan a los que tiran de él. El chico se acerca y tira de ellos. Todos se deshacen atravesando la malla. Las piezas se agrupan formándolos a todos al otro lado de la valla. El niño se forma sobre su silla de ruedas. Los mira temeroso. La niña de la muñeca sonríe. La malla metálica se deshace lentamente. Los demás lo miran sonrientes. La malla metálica se deshace por completo. Empujan la silla del niño por el recinto caminando todos juntos. La cámara se eleva enfocando el cielo.
Dirigida por Abel Goldbard.
Imagen real de un niño riendo sentado en el suelo. Se mueve con dificultad. Camina con un andador.
Escrita y producida por Gastón Gorali.
Baja por un tobogán ayudado por una mujer y otros niños. Sonríe en compañía de otros niños. Una niña lo abraza. Juegan a la pelota con él que se sostiene con un andador.
Para Ian, por brillar con su sonrisa, fortaleciéndonos con su amor y conquistando nuestros corazones.
Los títulos de crédito aparecen escritos sobre pergaminos que incluyen caras sonrientes del protagonista de la historia.
Fundación Ian y Mundo Loco. Hablemos de todo.
Y tras estos dos cortos
After these two short films, and after a small pause, we'll continue with our sessions. We have with us Luis Alonso. He's a scientific researcher of the City Science Group at MIT, and he's the lead researcher at the Andorra Living Lab project. I've had the honor of having Luis at my TV program, and he is going to offer us our vision on how we can achieve more collaborative societies through the use of technology in order to make it more collaborative, but also to improve life quality, to make it better for everyone. Welcome, Luis. The screen is yours. It's a pleasure. Thank you. I'm talking to you from the MIT lab in Boston. So good evening to you. Good morning here. I'm going to start sharing my presentation, which is a bit long. I hope I can make it enjoyable. You've already introduced me. I'm going to go straight to present what's the MIT Media Lab. It's part of the MIT that has some of the research, the more state-of-the-art research labs at MIT. They're constantly looking into the future. Our leitmotif is anti-disciplinarity. What's that? Well, we have engineers, architects, musicians, artists, sociologists working together in over 30 research groups, sharing their ideas. Always we try to step outside of our comfort zone. Biologists that work as computer engineers, we're always sharing ideas and looking into the future. We also do applied research. We work with companies so that this research can be applied into the real world. We have over 80 corporate sponsors. We have companies such as Google, Lego. The most interesting part is companies don't tell us what to research. We do what we think is most relevant, and they work together with us collaboratively. We have these principles. We have students, so the ones that like the most are disobedience. But what I like the most is compasses and maps. We are at point A. In order to reach point B, the only thing that brings them together is straight lines. So we have to take into consideration the roadmap from point A to point B. Before starting the research, everything needs to be ready. When there's a change of plans, when there's a global pandemic, for instance, you're suddenly outside of the roadmap and you're facing failure. We know that there are many different points that we want to reach. We do a small interaction first, like sailors. We do a first try. If it's not perfect, we do a second trial. After several interactions, we reach a point B. Point 1 is closer to a more innovative idea. We're trying to innovate in the research process and to lead to point B. I'm going to go into my presentation. I would like to show hyper-local solutions for global issues that we're facing nowadays. In the case of Andorra, because I am the lead researcher of this project, it's especially linked to tourism, which is one of the subjects of this Congress. We're still talking about COVID nowadays after over 18 months. This is an important challenge. Instead of joining against global issues, companies are still not working together in the face of global issues. So this is a first call of attention. If we want to talk about tourism in a global world where we all live together, we need to work together. we need to work with people we don't like, what we call in English an unlikely partner. And it turns out we're not so good at this type of collaboration. But we have an even bigger challenge. The UN already back in 2018 presented the report that was thought, as you can see in this headline, that it was too optimistic. We've had over 2 more climate summits and not much has been done. I don't think the last one has been a great success, in my opinion. We are not following a great path. And these are some of the challenges that human beings are facing in the planet. The issue of tourism is not a lesser one. There's been an increase of CO2 emissions related to tourism. They've gone from 8% to 11%. For instance, India, which is a developing country, produces 7% of CO2, Russia 5%, or EU 9%. So tourism in general could be compared to one of what these large countries emits in terms of CO2. In all aspects of life, but especially in tourism, if we want it to be more inclusive, more local, we need to do so in a sustainable manner, both scientifically and economically and personally. Some people think nothing is going to happen, nothing bad is going to happen because technology will solve it all through autonomous cars, artificial intelligence, we'll have smart houses, we'll have a robot that will do our work, and we won't have to work when we don't want to. This is a way of fighting against several threats, such as climate change. Technology will be there. But we cannot think that this is the only tool that is going to be available to us. This strategy of being a predator does not work. People tell us this is how nature works. Nature is cruel. Big animals, the big animals eat the small ones, big companies eat the small companies, and this is how life works. Well, nature is not based on predatorship. This is a small part of nature. Nature is based on mutualism. Here you can see the bird and the flower that help each other. They are selfish, but this is a positive aspect. The bird is not concerned with the flower. It just wants to eat. The flower doesn't care much about whether the bird eats or not, but she gets to be pollinized through allowing the bird to eat. I'm not even talking about collaboration. I'm talking about what Americans call win-win situation. This is what the youth are asking us to do. From this vision that technology is going to solve everything. Well, we also have the people who say there's no problem at all. We don't need to be concerned. There's a real threat. We need to change our mindset. So in our group, we think to do a compendium of all of these things, technology and change of mindset. In our team, what we're doing, we think that we need to foster diverse cities, accessible and walkable neighborhoods where people can live and work at a walkable distance, access to services within the distance of 15 minutes walking. We have something that works like this, both in Barcelona and Paris. Instead of having to commute constantly to be able to work, but rather to be able to move around without using the car every day. If we could go back to those cities, these compact cities that work for over 3,000 years where people was able to walk around. We also have to look at local production and consumers. We have to look back into local things. Now, when you travel through Europe, every furniture is from IKEA. We see all of these high street shops such as Zara. Travel is no longer such a unique experience. Every place we visit, the environment that surrounds us is very familiar from one country to another. This is why we have to focus on local production. We also believe in an open governing system. This is why we're developing this network of collaborative cities in 5 continents. You can see them on this slide. Every human being is equal, but our cultures are very different. When we use our tools and our algorithms, we have to take into account the culture of each place. We have 3 tools. One is called Cityscope. We look at the data that is available regarding human beings, how they move around. We develop these models where you can see what's the impact of human beings. We have created simulations that allow us to take better decisions. What will happen if I put a hotel here, or what happens if I close this area to traffic? What will the impact on commerce be? Also, we have this idea about limiting the use of cars within cities to reduce environmental impacts. That's why we have this PEV vehicle. When it's not carrying people, it's carrying products. The last one are changing places. For instance, a bedroom that transforms into a living room or a kitchen that can be used in city centers where square footage is so expensive. It also has to do with a certain type of architecture. Big clients for this are usually people who have disability challenges, senior citizens. We also think that this could be of great help. Let's go into the Andorra Living Lab. Why this country? It's a small and agile country. It has a very fast legislation. It adapts really quickly to change. So we can have natural experiments, as we call them. You have the population of a whole country in a city scale that is more manageable. We have the leadership of a country that is committed to innovation. If you look at the data at the European level, it also has a very interesting challenge regarding, for instance, climate change. It has a population of 8 million visitors per year, but the population is less than 80,000. In 2015, we started with 4 stakeholders, part of the government, of telecommunications, university, and the energy company. So we got all these partners working together. It's easier to find people to collaborate in Andorra. In 2021, what they generated with our help is an entrepreneurship and innovation environment. So brought together through this new logo for Andorra Recerca and Innovación. We have all the ministers involved in this project, universities all over the world, companies, etc. Due to that and following our methodology, we have been able to create a methodology together with them First, insight. Second, seek transformation. What happens if we generate a type of policy that allows us to solve these problems? In order to do this, we need prediction tools. We also need to perform a deployment, see how it works, to be able to scale things up with global governance. First thing we did was the protocol Andorra for the data ecosystem. We wanted the use of data to be as safe as possible. We work with our partner here at MIT. They work with the World Economic Forum. They work with the EU regarding the use of data. Here's one of our first experiments with cell phone coverage in Andorra. We can see how that white bubble in the center, which is the capital of Andorra, you can see how things change throughout the week. Blue are the paths more used by the French when they visit Andorra. In white, the paths more used by Spaniards when they visit Andorra. This is very interesting. Through the cell phone use, we can see what are the dynamics of people when they visit Andorra for tourism. We were able to generate a series of tools that were able to generate what will the next step be of tourists when they reach Andorra for their visit. What's the potential next step of a tourist? Many students were interested in this type of tools. It was possible to locate where to place a shop or a hotel to be able to predict the behavior of tourism. Of course, we don't have a magic way of knowing how things are going to work. Otherwise, we will be working a different place. As George says, all models are wrong, some are useful. Why we say this? Well, human models are so complex that you cannot be aware of every single variable. We are yet not able to. Maybe in the future, we will be able to. We can look at the variables for which we have data, but there are other variables that are not involved in this model and that it can cause it to be wrong. Our first model, here the orange dots are Spaniards. They are the Cirque du Soleil. The blue ones, the blue dots are the French who are closer to the border between Spain and France. What French people usually do is go shopping there. It was very interesting. Those little crosses that you see are the cell phone antennas. The model is quite reliable, but it has an error regarding where these events were happening that was quite large, 300 meters error. So what we question is how we can make this model better. How can we better understand tourism within Andorra? What we did is take data from many other sources, using Wi-Fi in the main road, main street in Andorra. What was its relationship to stores? What are the most popular places for people, where people tweet? Being able to link qualitative and quantitative data. Many people can be together in a square, but maybe they're not thinking about shopping. Maybe they're thinking about a concert. We also began to look at data from TripAdvisor. We wanted to be able to reach what was the opinion of people. We have most and least popular places for visitors through data of TripAdvisor, Instagram. Dark blue what's the tag for the picture, and light blue what the machine learning says it's on that picture. It was possible to geolocate and look within Andorra what language was being used, where it was being written. This offers so much context about what's the interest of the tourists. Andorra government endorses many events to attract tourism, so we wanted to see how this was actually working. Andorra is not the most popular country in the world, but we could see who was using the app, where it was being used. In red, we can see what the person was searching for before arriving in Andorra. They were looking, of course, hotels, offers, etc. And then how they were behaving once they were in Andorra. People were more interested in fashion, shopping, and hotels. And much less so hotels, because they had already booked them, of course. We also helped create this map for cultural data in Andorra. Andorra, for instance, has many historical buildings, such as churches, but this is a secondary aspect for tourism. Maybe during the summer, after a hike on the mountains, you visit something cultural, or in the winter, after skiing. So we wanted to see how this was working within the country. How do we do so? We try to relate the data for phone usage with the visiting patterns of, for instance, Spaniards while being in Andorra. What type of restaurants, what type of hotels, etc. We were able to create a series of diagrams where we were able to show how these different events had an impact on different aspects for the tourist. Summer events, for instance, the MTB Masters World Championship, it attracts new visitors, but it creates big congestion for entering the city. So maybe if you want to avoid traffic congestion, maybe you don't want to prioritize that type of events. Maybe a different type of event. These are rather old data. This is something that we did back in 2015, 17. It was helpful in order to take decisions regarding what type of events. These are skiing events. Some of them attracted many tourists, but they didn't revisit. There are other events, for instance, a free ride junior that attract less tourists. They stay for fewer days, but it creates a loyalty and they return to visit the country. And this is very important for decision making in Andorra. Another interesting challenge. How's the peer pressure? How do we influence others when an event happens? looking at telephone connections, how people were connecting each other. We were able to create a map to see what was the ripple effect. We are 3 people removed from the President of the United States, or 5 people. That's the ripple effect. How far away is this person that does not go to the same event as the first person? So we look at the Cirque du Soleil and what was most relevant. Here we can see Cirque du Soleil reaches the 7th person. The 7th person already loses interest. However, an event such as a supermarket, this only reaches 5 people down the ladder. This information is lost because maybe it's not so interesting for people as a Cirque du Soleil performance. It's very interesting. Another interesting thing we wanted to look at is what happens. Andorra has 2 access points through France and through Spain. What would happen if we try to reduce the time of waiting in these traffic jams for people? Imagine you're done skiing, you want to go home. Imagine you could be told there's a jam of 1 hour, and there could be a recommendation for having a cup of coffee or visiting a shop. We were able to reduce to almost half the length of traffic jams if 40% of tourists in Andorra would take this decision and not get into their cars and go grab a cup of coffee somewhere. This is an experiment we could never put into practice, but it's there to see if we can do it, because the model says this is how it will work. We need to get a lot of people to agree on the same time. We've also been looking at energy with people's behavior. Andorra needs to import energy from France and Spain. We wanted to look at who consumes most energy in the country. It's the French. Also, temperature is an important variable. We wanted to look at, can we understand the behavior of tourists looking at their energy consumption pattern? I'm going to stop the video right here. In this graph, the purple line is average behavior of a citizen at Andorra. The German consume less energy. The British are the ones that consume the most. French and Spanish above, around as much as Andorran citizens. The Germans, when they visit, usually they come in their own camper van. They come to do nature tourism, but the British come to more for skiing, nightlife. If we can map or correlate the behavior of people with their energy consumption, we can promote a more sustainable tourism based on this type of incentives. Also, thanks to this, we've been able to create algorithm for Andorra to have a better system for purchasing energy. It was interesting to be able to use this algorithm. Something else that we did here we have termites, which measures temperature, humidity, CO2. So these sensors are placed in homes. Here's a house where IKEA placed IKEA furniture and a person is using them. All of these yellow bubbles are a sensor, and the red bubbles are how much movement these doors or cupboards are being used. So IKEA is trying to find out why a person is using more this chair or another, whether they like something more or less. It's a way to be able to understand the behavior of a person within a house in a non-intrusive way. Why? Well, we're interested in working with the elderly. And we have this Blind Eye project. An elderly person maybe might change their behavior at home. What happens if the house says that this person's behavior has changed? After 3 days, they can reach a family member and try to have them contact the person that lives in the house. We also want to be able to learn how to help us to learn better, how to care better for our children. A smart home that helps us take care of ourselves. In Andorra, we place sensors on the schools to lessen CO2 in the classroom, educating regarding energy and CO2 in the classrooms. It's an excellent idea. The children also are able to map different things. We're able to create sensory maps. So the model that we generate is much more refined.
And we have some models here where we can see the impact that the human beings have through different events. Also, Andorra, as I said, has a research group which is very powerful, and they've created their own tools of how to produce solar energy. They have their tools to measure climate change, and we're using our models to see how we can generate an energy ecosystem and share that peer-to-peer. Another thing that we're interested in Andorra, there's a lot of diversity of people, but innovation happens when these people exchange ideas. So we're using that diversity of people in Andorra. So we wanted to understand how people group together and how the architecture and the environment affects this grouping and generates new ideas. So we generated new models about interaction between tourists and Andorrans, and we found that there was a lot of groups, of diverse groups in Andorra, and the use of the land. There were some elements that were more diverse, for example, like entertainment. Religion was also very diverse, but then there's other things like education that was very segregated. That makes sense. Not because people are segregated, but because it's a different educational system. So it's normal that education would be segregated. And religion, Andorra is a religious country. We have historic churches, and tourists visit these places, and so there's a lot of diversity around the churches. And in the shops and services also, there's a lot of diversity. and also in entertainment, but that didn't surprise us because that made a lot of sense. So we've highlighted the things that surprised us. So this is a tool that helps Andorra to take decisions, not like in the old days when you take decisions in a different way, but we are basing decisions on data. The data tell us what the different options are. Here's an example of what we do. This is an urban space. Like we project our data simulations and what would happen if we do something in a certain part of the city. And in these Legos, we map the different profiles of the people we are studying. And by playing with these Legos, we see the number of people that live there, that work there, the type of land, the use, whether it's a hotel or a home. And then we have indicators based on the SDGs, all of the indicators for the climate change, the UN climate change. And we've created these indicators to take decisions. And since mathematics is a little bit more complicated, we combine that with heat maps. And putting this all together in this tool, the citizens, the government, the industry, they can sit around these tables and take decisions. Maybe a mayor might want to have a certain project, but we look at this heat map and the architecture and engineer would be able to form their opinions. And at the end of the day, we have all the people talking with the same information and sharing ideas. So this is the model that we use in Andorra. And we tested other technologies in Andorra as well, using mobile phones to get different information. And we created a tool where all of this could be stored. This tool was quite complex because we put a little bit of everything there, and then we realized that this decision taking could be easier and if we made it simpler. So we created a simpler tool where ministers in real time could look at traffic jams. They could see just about all of the maps around the country in a much more simple way, what tourists were where, and generating the traffic jam and consuming energy and so forth. And with COVID-19 also, it helped us to understand mobility and the policies in place and how they've impacted COVID. And Andorra is a place we saw exactly how people were moving in the country, because we were testing about 90% of the population using data, and this has become very valuable for all of humanity, really. If confinement really helped or not, the interaction in public spaces, we saw that it wasn't as dangerous as in closed spaces and so forth, and thanks to that, we generated other models, COVID models, and many more things. We're testing using drones to test our theories. We tested the PV. This is for more sustainable and accessible transport. And this is interesting because many people in Andorra see that investment has to be investment has been made in this technology to better move forward. And Andorra was involved in the summit, 5 editions now of a summit where we're working on all of this technology. And the next big challenge that we have in Andorra is that wants to become the #1 country in this in UNESCO biosphere, it's going to have to change its mindset and combine it with technology. We're going to have to find that intersection point with the environment thanks to technology and bring about changes in this mindset. And this is the challenge that we have for the next several years in Andorra. Thanks very much. It's been a pleasure.
Muchas gracias, Luis.
Thanks very much, Luis, for your vision that with everyone's effort, we can achieve a better world. In this time of pause to continue learning and sharing, we're going to watch a series of videos with projects that relate tourism, accessibility, and people. We'll see you in a few
La
moments.
experiencia turística será completa cuando todas las personas puedan disfrutar de ella desde el momento en que la piensan y organizan hasta el momento en que regresan a sus casas. Para ello, no solo los alojamientos han de ser accesibles, sino también todas las actividades que se vayan a realizar. En esta serie de vídeos podremos ver cómo el Camino de Santiago puede ser disfrutado por todas las personas con discapacidad, cómo los empresarios de bares y restaurantes pueden hacer sus negocios accesibles y, por último, cómo la contratación de personas con discapacidad en el sector turístico es posible. The tourist experience will be complete when everyone can enjoy it, from the moment they think about it.
Bueno, pues bienvenidos todos otra vez porque tenemos un pequeño cambio de planes y es que ha sido muchísimo el interés y la expectación que ha generado esta charla de Luis, así que tenemos...
Luis's presentation has created a lot of interest and we have some questions and answers and you're going to receive some questions and answers, Luis, from the chat. So we're going to listen to your answers.
No me ha llegado todavía.
I haven't received anything yet. We'll be sending you the questions. If not, I can ask lots of questions because I was listening to you speak from the United States and this was spectacular. The things that we can achieve with some Legos. Here are some questions coming in now.
Bueno, pregunta que si a través de la tecnología.
Here's a question that's asked if through technology and digitalization we can have accessible tourism, and if tourism is used well, it can be sustainable over the long term. Especially what we need to do is collaborate. As we mentioned, collaboration is vital and sharing these data. Remember that Facebook and Google, their business is selling to companies what they think we are interested in. But they have the information of our searches on internet, but tourism organizations and so forth, they have data about what we are actually doing. If we combine the effort of all of the local companies, sharing data to generate more sustainable tourism, that is the future for sure. Now, if we do this in silos, then it's going to be a disaster. So at the end of the day, we either collaborate. All these tools are designed for collaboration. And so we need to learn how to collaborate in this throughout the world. So technology is a tool for that, but we must collaborate. Here's another question. This question says if the model is updated and learns on its own, machine learning. Well, we looked at several models, and yes, some of them, yes. The way that they're designed, they are updating and learning. For example, the CO2 sensors also learn every 7 days. They're updating each week. But that's conventional technology, really. That's nothing innovative. The good thing about artificial intelligence, using regression, linear regression, is use the data and improve further. Using artificial intelligence is just another tool, and used well, it can help us a lot to understand behavior, human behavior, and create policies that help us develop policies, measures, products, and so forth that help everyone to improve our standard of living and our tourism. And from Santiago de Chile, we have a question. I also have a question, Luis. Yes, what data are used to do the studies that we do? Well, we use the data for telephony data. These were completely anonymous data. Then we correlated these with other data, like social networks, Twitter, Instagram, etc. And then some companies, local companies, shared their data in certain ways. And all of this within the framework of collaboration with the Andorran institutions and following all of the security and anonymity protocols. We're very interested in understanding if we could gain access to the data of how people spend money or purchase in Andorra, that we couldn't do that, and it wasn't really necessary since we had the movement of people and how long they spent in each place. We got an idea of how people were interacting with their environment. So this was a very interesting experience. And the telephony data was innocuous and just shows how people move, and correlating that with the social network data, basically. I have a question, Luis, for you. Now, when I was watching you, you showed a series of inventions because they were extraordinary vehicles that you were developing to combat pollution and improve our quality of life. How have those projects gone? Well, I showed a little bit at the end. There's these electric vehicles, and basically what we're saying here is that it doesn't make sense to have 2 tons of metal with a combustion engine clogging the streets. So we want to eliminate cars from the cities, this historic city center. And this is a very interesting tool for short distances. These vehicles, which are autonomous electric vehicles, and this is important because bear in mind that our cars are parked 95% of the time. So these micro-mobility vehicles are essential to eliminate environmental impacts because they optimize all the trips. And this is part of the interaction where I think that you like best, because it is a robot. They're really robots because they bring people from one place to another. And so we're looking for new ways that the vehicle can speak with pedestrians, saying, here, I'm here. We don't know how robots will communicate in the future, but they can commute with the user of the vehicle. And since the vehicle is electric, so you can either pedal or use the electricity, and it can also help you. It can bring you to tourist sites or show you the routes where you'll have the most sun, for example, places that'll make you the happiest, or where the air is the cleanest. That's a little bit the types of autonomous vehicles that we're working with. And the idea is that in the future, in the cities, will be intelligent. They'll have these sensors, they'll share data. And so these vehicles that understand their environment will be able to use their brain, so to speak. That's like what planes have. They have 6 computers gathering and processing information. So this vehicle has to do something similar to collect all this data and make decisions. The different cars can speak to one another. And so the technology is there, but now it's the human beings that we have to come to some agreements and move forward with policies and sharing data and sharing infrastructure. And after what, how long will it take for these vehicles to be available on the street? Well, the technology is there. Tesla is there. Are there accidents? Yes, there are some accidents because there's not redundancy yet. When a vehicle doesn't understand a certain object, so once that each vehicle is able to recognize things or ask when it doesn't recognize something, and having this redundancy. So once we have this technology, that's when it'll happen. But the technology is there. There's not too many more technology challenges. Once we have 5G, things will be easier. But we need that collaboration, as I talked about. This has to be a discussion amongst the entire society. We could implement this really tomorrow. But if we don't have the laws in place or coordination among the different companies and the different governments and so forth, it'll take a long time. So really, that's the biggest problem. There are conflicting interests, once again, humans with our contradictions. Technology is there, but technologically speaking, it could happen tomorrow. But I think because of human beings, it's going to still take some time. Thanks so much, Luis. It's been a real pleasure to be with you again. So now we are going to take a little bit of a break. Thanks very much. It's a pleasure. You're invited to you're invited here to my office whenever you would like. Goodbye.
Puedan disfrutar de ella desde el momento en que la piensan y organizan hasta el momento en que regresan a sus casas. Para ello, no solo los alojamientos han de ser accesibles, sino también todas las actividades que se vayan a realizar. En esta serie de vídeos podremos ver cómo el Camino de Santiago puede ser disfrutado por todas las personas con discapacidad, cómo los empresarios de bares y restaurantes pueden hacer sus negocios accesibles y, por último, cómo la contratación de personas con discapacidad en el sector turístico es posible. The tourist experience will be complete when everyone can enjoy it, from the moment they think about it and organize it until the moment they return home. In this regard, not only the accommodation must be accessible, but also all the activities that are going to be enjoyed. In this series of videos, we will be able to see how the Way of St. James can be enjoyed by people with disabilities, how bar and restaurants entrepreneurs can make their businesses accessible, and finally, how hiring people with disabilities in the tourism sector is possible.
A las 18 horas en el punto de reunión. No habléis con Laura. Repito, no habléis con Laura. Mayday, Mayday.
No veas el Adolfo. Siempre anda con sus misterios y sus historias.
¿Os han seguido? ¿Habéis ido por caminos no habituales?
Madre mía, ¿qué daño ha hecho 007 a este país?
Yo he venido en helicóptero. Le he dejado en Cena Azul.
Muy graciosos, pero no hay tiempo que perder. El sábado es el cumpleaños de Laura y deberíamos darle un sorpresón.
¿Un bastón de diseño? ¿De Louis Simplon? Vale, vale.
Ya lo tengo, agarraos. Laura es una friki total del Camino de Santiago. Y no lo ha hecho. ¿Qué pasaría si le regalamos eso? Ir al Camino de Santiago.
Me gusta, buena idea.
Pues lo del bastón también estaba bien. Dani.
Vamos a su casa y se lo decimos ya. ¡Me encanta! Voy a llamar a Estela y se lo cuento.
¿A quién?
Happy birthday to you. ¡Hala! Ya estamos. Happy birthday to you. Hola, Laurita. ¿Cómo estás?
Ah, hola. ¡Ah, qué sorpresa! ¿Queréis pasar?
Pasábamos por aquí y todo súper espontáneo. ¡Bastón!
A ver, decidme, ¿qué me dais más miedo que un sobre de Hacienda en el buzón?
Bueno, ¿por dónde empezar? ¿Pero decirlo ya?
Pronto hay una fecha muy especial.
Díselo. Mira, Laura, es tu cumple y hemos pensado que como te gusta tanto el Camino de Santiago, dijimos, hagamos con ella el Camino de Santiago. Yo les dije, mejor un bastón de Luis Simplón y ellos...
Hola, Siri, apunta una nota. Que Dani no esté nunca más cuando pensemos un regalo.
Haz la mochila que nos vamos a hacer el Camino de Santiago. Sé que preferías el bastón, pero mira, hija, este año a caminar como si no hubiese un mañana. ¿Cómo te quedas?
He anotado, Dani la ha cagado, ¿correcto? ¡Yes! Pues chicos, a ver cómo os lo digo. Como sabéis, soy ciega y cuando alquilé la casa ya venía decorada. Y nunca pensé que estuviese decorada temáticamente. Y nadie me dijo nada, la verdad. ¿Y qué iba a hacer yo en el Camino de Santiago? ¡Pues fliparlo! ¡Era broma! ¡Me encanta! ¡Es la ilusión de mi vida! El Camino de Santiago, el Camino de Santiago. ¿Cuándo salimos? Hola, Siri, apunta una nota. No más sorpresas a Laura.
He anotado, Laura nos la ha colado, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Hola, Laura. Soy Estela. Me alegra que te haya gustado. Cuenta conmigo para ayudaros en lo que necesitéis. Te voy a recomendar unas aplicaciones con las que lo vas a flipar.
Gracias, Estela. ¡Qué nombre tan bonito!
Significa el camino de las estrellas.
Vale, vale. Se descarta el bastón, ¿no?
Chicos, para mí esto es un sueño. No sé si os he dado las gracias lo suficiente. Yo creo que en el tren nos lo has dicho como 50 veces. No, 83 veces.
No, 84. La vez que se lo dijo al revisor cuenta.
Chicos, es que me hace mucha ilusión. Me he bajado todas las apps de apoyo. Y GN te ayuda a preparar el viaje. Que meter en la mochila, conocer la dificultad de la ruta, el tiempo que va a hacer. Y si necesitas paraguas, botas de nieve...
Friki, has memorizado la descripción.
Y Blind Explorer, que es de orientación por el camino rural mediante sonido 3D. Para que no me rompa la crisma con una piedra. Y Soundscape te orienta por las ciudades y pueblos por donde pasas. Ver dónde comer, comprar, también por sonido 3D.
Te falta lo que te dice cuando ir al baño.
¿La hay? Dime y me la bajo.
Yo me bajaría la app ahí mis pies. Me arde como si hubiesen hecho una fogata en mis talones.
Espera, llamamos a Estela, que se sabe todo el camino y que nos diga dónde está la farmacia más cercana.
Adolfo, no la molestes, lo tengo todo aquí.
Hola, Estela. Aquí el blandito de Tony tiene rozaduras.
Hola, chicos. ¿Qué tal el Camino de Santiago?
¡Camino de Santiago! ¡Bien!
Seguro que Laura ya lo está chequeando, pero yo usaría Soundscape para encontrar una farmacia.
Ajá. Calle de la Rozadura, Farmacia La Ampolla. ¿No tiene pérdida?
Oye, Estela, ¿y algún sitio para cenar?
En Soundscape tenéis de todo adaptado a todos.
Lo tengo. Calle que hambre, restaurante ñam ñam. ¡A cenar!
Segundo día. ¿Qué tal tus pies, Tony?
Bien, perfecto. Llevo tantas tiritas de algodón que me he comprado unas botas 3 tallas más.
¡Qué exagerado! Oye, por cierto, hace rato que no veo ninguna señalización. ¿No nos habremos perdido?
¿Perdidos? ¡No! Estamos perdidos. Tendrán que venir a rescatarnos el FBI, los Navy SEAL. Yo me encargo. Fui medalla púrpura en los Boy Scouts.
Dani, ¿cuánto chocolate has comido?
Esto con el bastón no hubiese pasado.
Laura, ¿a ti qué te indica el Blind Explorer?
Anda, ya decía yo. ¿Están apagadas las apps? ¿Alguien las ha apagado? Porque no recibo ningún sonido.
Bueno...
¿Bueno?
Puede ser que te cogiese el móvil y que a lo mejor jugase 1 a 23 partidas al Candy.
¿Cerrar todas las aplicaciones?
¿Cómo? Lo mato. ¿Veis algún barranco por ahí? Adolfo, ¿en qué estabas pensando?
¿En el Candy?
Se ha activado Blind Explorer y dice todo el rato media vuelta.
¿Cómo?
A ver, ya lo tengo. Según IGN, estamos a 4 kilómetros de donde nos desviamos. Solo hay un problemilla. La ruta que me dice incluye una pendiente que para María va a ser demasiado.
Me tocará ir por la carretera. No vamos a tirar la montaña abajo para que pueda pasar. Adolfo, tú vas conmigo y llevas mi mochila. Y así se te quitan las ganas de Candy.
Vale, todo sea por ayudar y por librarme de las canciones de campamentos de Dani.
¡Santiago! ¡Allá vamos!
Vamos para Santiago y mis canciones...
No cantes, Dani. Reproduciendo playlist para que Dani no cante más.
Hoy, el Camino de Santiago es inclusivo y apoyándonos en las apps accesibles, podemos hacerlo todos. Claro que podemos hacerlo. No te sentirás sola o solo en ningún momento. Y lo harás. Llegarás hasta el final, hasta Santiago. Anímate y hazlo realidad. Tienes muchos motivos para hacer este camino. Chicos, ¿ya habéis llegado?
¡Sí!
¿Quieres mejorar la calidad del servicio a tus clientes? ¿Quieres que todas las personas disfruten de tu bar, de tu restaurante? ¿Quieres mejorar tu negocio y el servicio que en él das? En esta guía titulada Cómo gestionar la accesibilidad, bares y restaurantes, Fundación 11 con la colaboración de Hostelería de España y CERMI te darán las pautas para conseguir que tu bar, tu restaurante, sea totalmente accesible y tenga más clientela, además de ser vertebradores de una sociedad que tenga en cuenta a todas las personas. Súmate al reto.
El ocio para las personas con discapacidad es un derecho reconocido en la Convención de Derechos de Personas con Discapacidad, pero también es una oportunidad, no solamente una cuestión de derechos, que lo es y muy importante, es también una oportunidad. En un país como España, en donde la primera industria es el turismo, el que tengamos unos establecimientos de hostelería y de hotelería accesibles supone una ventaja competitiva, un elemento de calidad, un elemento de atractividad para casi más de 80 millones de personas con discapacidad. Es también, además de un derecho, es una ventaja competitiva. Es una marca que el sector de la hostelería y de la hotelería en España debe de tener, debe significarse con la accesibilidad como elemento de ventaja competitiva. Nuestra primera industria nacional, que es el turismo, se merece, tiene que ser accesible porque será una seña de identidad. Es también un elemento bueno para el negocio. Siempre nos ha preocupado la accesibilidad del turismo y siempre nos ha preocupado la accesibilidad en los establecimientos de hostelería y de hotelería. La accesibilidad es un elemento de competitividad y de calidad. Esta guía es fruto de la alianza entre la hostelería, entre la Fundación 11 y el CERMI.
Hoy presentamos esta guía de cómo gestionar la accesibilidad. Un proyecto muy necesario para un sector como el sector de la hostelería, un sector líder, un sector envidia del mundo, pero si lo queremos ser más, tenemos que ser absolutamente inclusivos y gestionar nuestros espacios para que la gente con esas discapacidades o con esas capacidades distintas sean clientes diarios. Somos el sector, ese sector que somos el escaparate de lujo para el sector primario y también lo somos para estas buenas prácticas. Y por otro lado tenemos el retorno de ese montón de personas que queremos que sean clientes nuestras, que se sientan a gusto, que se sientan atendidas, que puedan acceder de manera cómoda, de manera yo creo que absolutamente necesaria y por lo tanto ese retorno también económico. Tiene doble efecto, ¿no? Ese efecto de imitación y además es un efecto que es un efecto económico. Hay cada día más personas que están dispuestas a salir, a ser felices en nuestros locales, por lo tanto vamos a por ellos, vamos a empujar con fuerza, vamos a ser ese sector que más felicidad vende, pero que más felicidad vende para todos, absolutamente para todos.
Acompáñanos en este viaje, con rumbo hacia una oportunidad al alcance de todos, hacia un destino que te cambiará para siempre, donde lo único que importa es lo que puedes llegar a ser. Un lugar preparado para acoger a todas las personas, en el que todos somos diferentes, pero todos podemos recorrer el mismo camino. Este no es un destino inventado. Puede existir. Está en tus manos hacerlo posible. Es muy fácil llegar a él. Y con este objetivo trabajan conjuntamente Fundación 11 y la Organización Mundial del Turismo, construyendo un camino hacia la inserción laboral de personas con discapacidad en el sector turístico que nos permita conseguir que la creación de destinos accesibles no sea un sueño, sino una realidad. Una realidad en la que el mundo de la empresa apueste por trabajar con personas con discapacidad para desarrollar su talento en igualdad de condiciones. Porque lo único que nos define profesionalmente es lo que somos capaces de hacer. Porque la diversidad y la inclusión no son solo un acto de empatía, son la forma más humana y eficaz de diferenciar a una empresa. ¿A qué esperas para iniciar este viaje? Únete a nosotros. Fundación 11 y la Organización Mundial del Turismo te pueden guiar en este camino. Cambia tu destino.
fundamental para la inclusión de las personas con discapacidad, en este caso, la accesibilidad al cine. Que las personas sordas puedan seguir una película mediante subtítulos y que las personas ciegas dispongan de la audiodescripción son dos aspectos indispensables para garantizar la accesibilidad. En los cortometrajes que vamos a ver a lo largo del Congreso, todos y todas podremos disfrutar de ellos en igualdad de condiciones. La audiodescripción, que explica lo que pasa en las distintas escenas mientras los actores no hablan, se escuchará para todas las personas. Aunque en la vida real, esto solo se escucha por las personas que lo necesiten, a través de la aplicación Audex Mobile, aplicación accesible y gratuita que permite escuchar audiodescripciones de películas, series, documentales o cortometrajes, descargando estas en el móvil. La aplicación sincroniza la audiodescripción con la película. De este modo, solo el usuario lo escuchará. Esperamos que disfruten de la proyección. Todas las proyecciones contarán con subtítulos y audiodescripción en castellano. Accessibility to leisure and culture is fundamental for the inclusion of people with disabilities. In this case, we are talking about accessibility to the cinema. That deaf people can follow a movie using subtitles and that blind people have audio descriptions are two essential aspects that guarantee accessibility. In the short films that we are going to see throughout the conference, all of us will be able to enjoy them on equal terms. The audio description, which explains what happens in the different scenes while the actors are not speaking, will be heard by everyone. In real life, this is normally only heard by people who require it throughout the Audex mobile app, an accessible and free application that allows us to listen to audio description of films, series, documentaries, or short films by downloading them on your mobile. The app synchronizes the audio description with the movie. In this way, only the user will hear it. We hope you enjoy the screening, with subtitles and audio description in Spanish.
Southeastern Guide Dogs presenta...
La estatua de un perro con capa azul está sobre un pedestal ante la Universidad Canina. Un cachorro de labrador blanco entra en el recinto. Otros cachorros entran y lo adelantan. En la calle hay vallas de obra. El cachorro entra en el edificio. Mira los recortes de prensa sobre perros guía enmarcados en una pared. Una entrenadora indica al cachorro que pase bajo un medidor de estatura. El cachorro se queda debajo sin llegar a la medida marcada. Se estira esforzándose sin llegar. Levanta la oreja y da en el medidor. La mujer le permite pasar.
Pip.
La entrenadora señala un recorrido en una pizarra. Todos los cachorros levantan la pata. Ella está ante un recorrido llevando a Pip de la correa. Se pone el antifaz y el perro camina derecho a los obstáculos. La mujer tropieza y cae. Los perros se sirven comida de una máquina. El cachorro da al botón de arranque pero no al de pare. La comida rebosa del plato. Camina guiando a la entrenadora con antifaz. Ella cae. No llega a su pupitre. La comida rebosa en el plato. La entrenadora cae. Pip mira la pared con los recortes de hazañas de perros guía. Se fija en la foto de un perro pequeño. Llena el plato, salta y acciona el botón de parar. En clase está sentado sobre libros. Conduce a la entrenadora con antifaz. Se para ante un obstáculo y ella se agacha y lo acaricia. Un hombre está sentado a una mesa ante un recorrido con obstáculos. La entrenadora tiene el arnés en la mano. El hombre autoriza el inicio. Pip conduce a la entrenadora. Tropieza y cae sobre la mesa del hombre. Pip sale triste de la escuela de perros guía. Se aleja cabizbajo. Mira la estatua del perro con capa azul. Se fija en una mujer ciega que camina fuera del recinto. El cachorro mira por una ventana hacia la sala de pruebas. Llora. Mira hacia la calle. La mujer ciega está en medio de las obras. Pip corre hacia ella. Sale del recinto por debajo de la puerta cerrada. Coge el bolso de la mujer y camina delante de ella sobre un tablón que salva un agujero. Evita los obstáculos de la calle. Se para delante del bordillo y la deja en la acera. Ella se arrodilla ante él y lo acaricia. Pip cruza hacia la entrenadora y los demás perros. El examinador quita la capa azul de la estatua y se la pone a Pip. Él gira contento hacia la entrenadora y adopta la postura de la estatua.
Nuestros perros salvan el día, todos los días, a personas con pérdidas de visión y veteranos con discapacidad. Director Bruno Simoes. Historia Titus Hermann. Estudio de animación Estudio Kimchi. Argentina. Mundo Loco. Fundación Ian, Toby Dynavox y Framingham Pharma. Inca A. Mundo Loco, Animation Studios y Fundación Ian presentan Ian, inspirada en una historia real.
3 niños juegan al fútbol en el recinto de un colegio vallado con una malla metálica. 2 niñas corretean cerca de un parque infantil. El portero detiene un lanzamiento. Otros niños juegan en el parque y están sentados en mesas de madera. Un niño los mira. Tiene un vaso en la mano. Se sienta a una mesa con otros. Se fija en 2 que lo miran riendo desde la esquina de un edificio. Él se entristece. Su brazo tiembla. Se lo sujeta con la otra mano. Cierra los ojos y agacha la cabeza. Los de la mesa le miran el brazo tembloroso. El vaso se le resbala y cae sobre la mesa. Se mira asombrado los brazos. Las pequeñas piezas que componen su cuerpo se separan de él. El viento se lo lleva contra la malla metálica. Al tocarla, estalla en miles de piezas que se reúnen detrás de la malla y forman de nuevo al niño. Mira a los demás desde una silla de ruedas detrás de la malla. Una mujer le acaricia el pelo. Él llora. La mujer está sentada en un banco a su lado. Él se mira las manos. La izquierda está atrofiada. La mujer empuja la silla y se van. La imagen funde a negro. Los niños juegan en el recinto del colegio. El niño está arrodillado dentro del recinto con un dinosaurio en su mano. Una niña lo mira. Él simula que su dinosaurio come del suelo. La niña sonríe y acerca su muñeca al dinosaurio. Otro chico se fija en ellos y pone mala cara. La niña deja su muñeca en el suelo y se va con otra niña. El niño intenta levantarse y cae de bruces. Mira a las niñas. El chico que lo miraba se ríe de él. Algunas piezas del niño se van de él. Se mira la herida en la pierna. Intenta mover las piernas pero cae de bruces. Mira a los demás. La niña de la muñeca se acerca al chico que ríe. Lo mira disgustada. Las pequeñas piezas que componen su cuerpo se separan de él. El viento se lo lleva contra la valla metálica. Al tocarla estalla en miles de piezas que se reúnen detrás de la malla y forman de nuevo al niño. La niña de la muñeca lo mira desde el recinto. Ella se va. Él está sentado en la silla de ruedas. La mujer lo separa de la malla y se van. Caminan paralelos a la malla. Él mira a la niña que juega dentro. Se mira la mano izquierda cerrada. Echa el freno de la silla. La mujer lo mira extrañada y se coloca ante él. Él gira las ruedas hasta colocar la silla de cara al recinto del colegio. Se inclina agotado. Mira al colegio. Mueve las ruedas de la silla hasta acercarse a la malla. Choca con la malla y se deshace en las miles de piezas. Los demás lo miran extrañados. Las piezas se agrupan formando al niño de pie dentro del recinto. El chico que se reía lo mira sorprendido. El niño cae al suelo. Se levanta y cae de nuevo. Cada vez que cae, algunas piezas se desprenden de él y vuelan hacia la malla. Él permanece a gatas agotado. Los demás lo miran. Él se levanta con esfuerzo. Dos cuchichean y se ríen mirándolo. El viento lo empuja contra la malla. Él resbala y se resiste hasta quedar parado. El viento lo empuja y cae al suelo. Se levanta. El viento lo empuja contra la malla. La atraviesa despacio con el brazo izquierdo extendido. La niña de la muñeca le agarra la mano y tira de él. Otro niño le agarra la mano derecha. Las piezas tras la malla flotan en el aire. Tiran del niño que atraviesa la malla hacia el recinto formándose con las piezas que vuelan a su alrededor. Otros ayudan a los que tiran de él. El chico se acerca y tira de ellos. Todos se deshacen atravesando la malla. Las piezas se agrupan formándolos a todos al otro lado de la valla. El niño se forma sobre su silla de ruedas. Los mira temeroso. La niña de la muñeca sonríe. La malla metálica se deshace lentamente. Los demás lo miran sonrientes. La malla metálica se deshace por completo. Empujan la silla del niño por el recinto caminando todos juntos. La cámara se eleva enfocando el cielo.
Dirigida por Abel Goldbard.
Imagen real de un niño riendo sentado en el suelo. Se mueve con dificultad. Camina con un andador.
Escrita y producida por Gastón Gorali.
Baja por un tobogán ayudado por una mujer y otros niños. Sonríe en compañía de otros niños. Una niña lo abraza. Juegan a la pelota con él que se sostiene con un andador.
Para Ian, por brillar con su sonrisa, fortaleciéndonos con su amor y conquistando nuestros corazones.
Los títulos de crédito aparecen escritos sobre pergaminos que incluyen caras sonrientes del protagonista de la historia.
Fundación Ian y Mundo Loco. Hablemos de todo.
Hola de nuevo.
Hello again. We'll continue with the Congress programming, and we're going to welcome Adolfo Borrero, the president of the Smart Cities Commission, who's developed his work in the IT technologies and communication. For more than 25 years, he's had different jobs related with this field. He's been working on different initiatives and solutions based on digital technology to build the destinations of the future for everyone. Adolfo, thanks for being with us. And Juan Mora, we also want to thank him for trying to be here and for all the work that he did in organizing this roundtable. And also a special mention to Virginia Jimenez and to the public. You can send us questions through the chat. Adolfo, you have the floor. Thanks very much for the introduction. I wish there was only 25 years, but actually it's 35 years. So I do have quite a bit of experience. Thanks very much to the organization, to the ONTE Foundation for the opportunity to moderate this session and my colleagues in the Smart Cities Commission. As we'll see in just a minute, we're going to take a look at this from the perspective of accessibility. And to do that, in the panel, we have the IMATS from Tecnalia, Mr. Torres from Sin Consulting, Maria Teresa Linata from Incontec, and Daniel Gonzalez from Smart Cities. Now, the touristic destinations is an activity that we've developed over the past 6 years through the concept of smart destinations. We were quite sensitive in the Smart Cities Commission and created a working group specific to work on intelligent tourism. And over time, we had a benchmark event, which is called Digital Tourism, where we met with the network, the National Intelligent Tourism Network. The concept has continued to evolve, and the next generation funds have been increasing the activity in this intelligent tourist destinations, and accessibility has been a major issue. Thanks to the experiences that we'll hear about on this panel. Ametic had developed a micro project in the area of intelligent tourism. That was about 4 years ago and was included in the projects that are now appearing on sustainable tourist destinations. And you've probably seen on television and in the press the formation of Benidorm as a destination that's going to latch onto the National Intelligent Tourism Platform. These are projects that we are actively collaborating on. So without further ado, I'm going to go around the panel so each one of you can introduce yourselves. We'll start with Eugene, first of all, Mariano, second, Maria Teresa, and then Daniel. So just very briefly, Irene, please talk about the activity that you're involved in. I think you have to unmute your microphone, please.
Estás muteada. El mute. Eugene. Eugene, estás en mute.
Perdonadme.
Sorry about that. First of all, I apologize because my throat is a little sore, and I hope that I can last through this session. My name is Eugene. I'm a researcher in Tecnalia. For those that don't know that, Tecnalia is a private research institute, works in many different areas. I've been working for 10 years in the health division, specifically in the Department of Neuroengineering. I work on research in neuroprostheses or electrostimulation for different pathologies. And recently I've been working on sensorial electrostimulation. And I've also been working on other types of medical fields, artificial intelligence applied to machine learning using these devices. Very technical. Mariano? I'm the director of SEO Consulting. And we work with tourist destinations for sustainable digitization, and we work in 3 major levels: diagnosis and study through the situation of the destination, planning to put the focus on the path to follow for that destination, for sustainability, and thirdly, we work on accompaniment. So these funds need this, these people receiving these funds need this accompaniment to manage the projects that are being funded. Thanks, Mariano. Maria? Hello, good afternoon. My name is Maria Teresa Linata. I work in Econtech. This is a applied research center in the Basque Country. And we're working on artificial intelligence technologies and interaction and computer graphics. We began with accessibility. We were always interested in accessibility, I should say, and we've worked in different projects that we'll talk about to try to help people with functional diversity to satisfy certain aspects of their lives. One being this automatic subtitles, and we'll talk about that later on. Thank you, Maria. Daniel? Yes, thanks very much, Adolfo. And thanks to the organizers to give us the opportunity to be here. As you said, I work in the Smart Cities cluster, the business group that represents the offer of the smart city sector in Spain. We're in charge of trying to actively reduce the distance separating the different developers of intelligent cities and their implementers. This could be municipalities, regions, or tourist destinations, who are the receptors of these solutions. And I work basically in promoting projects thanks to the assistance of the cluster and solving problems. Now, our solutions usually have a technological part, but we always ensure that these come from an analysis and strategy that makes sense. And one of the dimensions that is essential for this smart cities is bearing in mind accessibility, of course. And that's why we actively collaborate with the ONCE Foundation when we launch this intelligent or smart development.
Te vas a comer el tiempo luego de tu intervención. Como sigas por este camino. Muchas gracias.
Thanks very much.
Por favor, entonces ahora vamos a tener una ronda.
Now we're going to do an 8-minute round.
Con el tiempo. Va a comenzar la
Please be strict with the time. So 8 minutes each, please. As I mentioned, our work is very technical, and in Tecnalia, we develop technology that allows us to focus on health, or in this case, accessibility, so that we can provide solutions in making tourism more accessible. Today, we don't have any project related to accessible tourism per se, but we are working on several projects working on the sensorial perception. We're working in different fields, and we're applying electrical stimuli using electrodes in any part of the body through a small simulation. With this, we can transmit information, codified information in form of electrical stimuli. And this, we can use different codes and communicate information, instructions, and so forth. We've been testing this in entertainment, video games, also in training for simulations in people who have lost their forearm and hand, for example, to give this electro-tactile feeling to these people. The idea is, this can be applied in different areas, but the idea is tourism. We can generate extended reality ecosystems and provide characteristics of any objects, landscapes, works of art, and so forth. And what we can do is codify the information, this visual or acoustic information, and transmit this through tactile impulses. To give you an idea, we can develop applications that we can transmit information in a static way. We can do it virtually as well. A virtual tour through a museum or landscapes or a work of art. We can code using parameters like frequency of this stimulation, the intensity of this stimulation, and the location of this stimulation. We can be very precise with technology called a multi-field electrodes to generate spatial simulation to generate forms. For example, we can transmit, let's transmit information about what we're looking at or what's on the screen of a computer. In this case, This can be applied to any object of tourist interest. And it's not only for static things, it can also be used to transmit dynamic sensations. For example, we could be be looking at a landscape as we're moving along, and you can transmit the movement in a dynamic way with stimulation, spatial stimulation, using different parameters, time and space parameters, to codify all of that information. So it's a technology that we've been working on because it does have many applications. So really, the applications go as far as the imagination of the researcher goes. For example, this application can be used as a guide in cities. If there's a difficulty in reading maps, for example, if a person has difficulty, well, they can use this type of guide. Usually people use acoustic signals for a guide that takes you around the city or a museum. But that's kind of an invasive technology because what happens, it does not allow us to perceive other types of stimuli through hearing. In this case, then, you'd be wearing a glove, and all the guiding instructions would come codified with these impulses in the glove to guide a person very discreetly. And the studies that we've done with people, amputees, it's very intuitive. And the feedback we've received is that it's a very intuitive sensation that they receive, and this could be another application in tourism. So they're the main applications that we see in tourism. There could be many, many more because this is a very broad topic, but here we just wanted to underscore the potential today that these technologies have. These wearables, for example, for all of these types of applications to tourism in this very broad world. So that's what we wanted to communicate to everyone. As you can see, it is quite technical. It's a little bit outside of infrastructures that maybe are discussed here, but there could be some people interested in working with us, and there are many possible applications of this technology in tourism and the extended reality. Yes, I think it could have a great impact on the quality of life of many people. Very, very interesting. Thank you. Let's move on to Mariano Torre. To talk a little bit about smart cities. It's one of the most important companies in intelligent tourist destinations. How do you see accessibility, Mariano, and the development that you're doing in your company? Thanks very much. It's a pleasure to form part of AMATIC and this commission to transform tourist destinations, to make them more, make them smarter, and to make cities smarter. Now, in terms of accessibility in IT, this is the way to guarantee that any visitor can enjoy services, products and services and experiences in a simple and comfortable manner without any obstacles. In other words, accessibility is something that should be reflected in the whole value chain of tourism, from the presence of resources of a destination or the training of the technical personnel the implementation of improvements in accessibility to tourist information or the tools themselves, like a web page, tourist applications, etc. Specifically in IT and the trends in the behaviors of visitors, especially after the pandemic that we're still in, destinations need technological tools that can provide services so that people can interact in a simple way and that adapt to the characteristics and needs of each visitor. And belonging to bodies like ITE or the municipalities in Valencia has allowed these destinations to share their experiences and success cases, generating possibilities to extrapolate these actions to other tourist destinations. We, in our consulting company, a lot of our work in diagnosis and master plans of intelligent tourist destinations show that the majority of destinations are aware that they need to improve their accessibility. In regional and national level, accessibility is incorporated as a priority element in their policies. In the framework of Valencia, like the Tourism Act, this is accessibility is a part of that. And in our strategic plan as well, these are two pillars where accessibility is of major importance, but things can improve. There's still a lack of a budget for accessibility. So IT his plan is to foster private-public collaboration and to use public-private collaboration basically is to coordinate with other departments to implement improvements in the destinations in an inclusive fashion. For example, the IT department can improve accessibility of web pages. Urban planning can improve remove impediments on the street. So each area of the municipality can have an impact with its actions, have an impact on the accessibility of visitors with special needs. I should also mention that the transformation of making a destination more accessible, you don't need a huge budget to do it. There improving access to web pages, for example, or adapting tourist information in different formats, that doesn't have a large economic cost. And all of these actions of the City Council has to look at all these accessibility criteria. We have had the opportunity to collaborate with Ilunion. It's a company of the UNCE group that has given us very satisfactory results. Right now, we're trying to certify municipalities using a standard of intelligent tourist destination. Now, this is a huge task because in the 5 years that we've been working on this, only one municipality, Benidorm, has been able to certify itself under this standard. So we have the visit of the consultants to do the audit, and to reach that point, one of the most complex processes was making the destination accessible. It still had a lot to do in this field. And so making transportation accessible is one of the biggest issues. So the first step that we did in our consulting firm was recommend to the destination that they bring in experts for this initial diagnosis, which is key in looking at the three major stages of turning destinations into intelligent destinations or smart destinations. They need to know the situation of the destination from the perspective of accessibility. That was absolutely vital. And to know the next steps that the destination needs to take, because we need to understand that accessibility is infinite. It never finishes because technology is infinite. Maybe tomorrow we could have moving sidewalks that allow tourists with disabilities to go around the entire city. So anything could be possible. So accessibility is really infinite. The possibilities are infinite. So it's just a matter of constantly improving destinations and improving accessibility and having a diagnosis that moves on then to the second step. The first step doesn't require a huge investment in urban planning. In almost all the municipalities, what we've done, the first step is really awareness raising, not just of the business sector, but awareness raising of the public administration itself. There are things in the law, but there is a lot of room for improvement. There's just simply a lack of awareness that things are not implemented due to a lack of awareness. So after this diagnosis, then we have these awareness raising and training sessions in public and private sector, and that's and web pages, as I mentioned, there are small things that don't require a great investment. But now the sustainability plans, and Altea has also participated in with 4 million euros. One of the main actions was making some of their most important streets accessible to pedestrians. So this is just an overview now, very quick overview of the context that our consulting firm is working in to make smart tourist destinations and how we see this as a very logical process of accessibility. Thanks very much. This diagnosis, bearing in mind accessibility is really interesting. This awareness and the planning of the administrations to bear in mind technology in terms of accessibility. So I think Maria now, I'd like to hear the vision of Incotec, because I know that you're also very aware of this, so you have the floor. Thank you, Adolfo. Yes, the fact is that we do. As you said, accessibility has been an important issue for our center. Now, what do we do in accessibility? In tourism, in part? Because what can be applied to tourism can be applied to other aspects of life as well, and vice versa. We develop language technologies and using voice as an interface. One of the main things that we did was automatic subtitles, and that's what you're seeing here now, a person or a system. It used to be done with people, but a system whereby you have automatic transcription of audio visuals, not only for people with hearing problems, but also for people who temporarily are deaf. For example, if you're in a big exhibition and there's a lot of noise, we would tend to read rather than really listen because there's so much noise to try to listen to a video, for example. And so we had an interesting experience with the open government and the Basque government, and we've helped them with a tool whereby they can reduce by 1/3 the time to dub different videos. That's really helped with accessibility. This was done in a multi-language environment because we speak different languages, and we live in the Basque Country in a community where Basque and Spanish are co-official languages. And also in terms of tourism, in a third language, in French, we live 20 kilometers from the border with France, so we have a lot of tourists that come in to spend the day in the Basque Country, and we also have to serve those tourists. Now, talking about voice, we're developing chat boxes where we have this more tourist-friendly interaction, and these are helping us in the interaction, mainly using a mobile device or a web page. And in the travel world, these are quite extended, but there's still a lot of research to be done in different dialect systems, user-friendly dialect systems, that based on rules, where you can really have a natural conversation with the chat box, and that these can help us in this process of making reservations or getting information. Also, in interaction, voice interaction, we have call centers. That's another big issue for many companies. It's not just for the destination, but also for hotels, restaurants, or in other types of services in that tourist ecosystem. So we have that public-private collaboration that will come in here. So these possibilities to automate call center processes gives quite a bit of flexibility to the organizations and also to users. They feel listened to and understood by a system in the best way possible. So these are just a few of the things that we've worked on in terms of voice. Now, I think voice is going to continue to be more and more important, and since the beginning of our activity, we were working with augmented reality and getting additional information along the lines of what Eugene said in certain environments for guiding systems or for obtaining additional information about things that we're seeing. These technologies can be used on mobile devices and for broadcast, and we can see, for example, in a race where the runners are superimposed and you can distinguish the different runners, the route they've taken, and you've probably seen this in football and Media Pro, but we can do this with all types of content, a tennis match or a horse race, using these technologies to democratize these sports, and it's a value added to make all of these things more accessible and understandable. And these content in traditional sports, at least in the Basque Country, we have some local sports also. I would also like to talk about the new forms of mobility, like the autonomous car, which is going to really evolutionize mobility at destinations, not so much in urban areas, but in the interurban trips. This concept of tourist destination, which could be an intelligent destination, we need intelligent forms of communication as well. And we talk a lot about the last mile and so forth in tourist destinations, but it's also true that where we think it's going to have the biggest impact is in interurban trips, so the tourists can move from these most popular destinations. For example, I live in San Sebastian, moving from San Sebastian towards towards other parts of the coast or the interior part of the country, and they can move autonomously. So this mobility between different territories is important, and the autonomous car, we think, will strike a difference in terms of the future of mobility in tourist destinations. And to make this accessible, of course, not only for people with functional diversity, but also people with temporary limitations or other types of people who need or don't like to drive. And this would be an added value for the destination. So these are a few things we've done, Adolfo, with our work.
I like this concept that you mentioned. People don't usually have limitations, may temporarily have them. And it is so we often suffer these limitations, and thus we become more aware of them. And we can develop this type of activities. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to Daniel, who within the cluster has plenty of examples. I hope he can show us some of them. Thank you very much, Adolfo. With all of this, colleagues, it's going to be very difficult for me to offer anything as wonderful, because it fills us with excitement and to keep working on this topic. At the beginning, regarding the explanation, we had to talk about before the cluster as a representation of the industry. It's focused not so much into being a technological lobby, but rather to become an organization that seeks the better name of the industry for good, sustainable, reasonable projects, not only in terms of sustainability or financial investment, but projects that have a meaning. Projects that are purposeful, that have a real impact on the citizens, on our citizens' life quality. This is something that is irrevocably linked to the concept of accessibility. We are not only talking about disability. There are many different types of disabilities. Some may be permanent or temporary. For instance, someone who has a baby and has to push a stroller has certain accessibility needs that once the child can walk on their own disappear, or someone who has a cast on their legs can have a certain type of need, or if they're walking on crutches. That's the case for all of our designs. We have a history of collaboration with ONCE Foundation. We started speaking several summers ago. We came to talk to them. We thought we had all of these new things that we wanted to show them. We're going to show you all of this smart city things. We're full of innovation. And they tell, are they accessible? And we said, well, of course they are. This is we're very state of the art, of course. Show us. Well, we send them a comprehensive list of solutions, and after 1 week, they replied, not even one of them complies with the accessibility requirements. So that made us become much more humble than we were before. Not only accessibility, it wasn't not only that accessibility wasn't taken into account, but that when it was taken into account, it wasn't being done well. They weren't fulfilling the proper definition for accessibility. So we decided to start this path where we wanted to do to create this cluster. We would like to highlight something which is the ability to send out a call to the whole sector when solving different challenges for places that host smart city solutions. It can be destinations, communities, anywhere where there's a solution for smart living. These places are closely linked to the concept of tourist destination, not only for the concept of user, but also for the conditioning of the tourists that they might have in their destination. So all of this needs to be compatible and live in harmony with other people who live there. We started launching these challenges to the whole sector, and we realized we were having a certain degree of success. We first created an accessible system for the management of turns, for taking turns. We realized there were people who couldn't reach the machine to give it the number for following a queue, or a tactile screen that wasn't accessible either. So we need to define, to clarify the rightful definition of accessibility. So we decided to update all of the designs we had in mind that we had previously thought that were right, to update them with everything they needed. The second challenge was the accessible transformation of an ATM. To provide self-service for the finalization of a certain bureaucratic task. It was a citizen ATM. The third challenge was a system for home care that had to be accessible. This is currently in development. All of these were done in collaboration with members of the cluster. The ANCE Foundation has a privileged position with a general overview. And in the end, they're capable of having this collaboration to find the right partner who is in the best position to work on this project. The best possible solution. This could be further, we could talk a lot about this, but I think it's better to leave it here. Thank you very much, Daniel. We have a few questions from the audience, so we're going to begin with them. You can answer these questions freely if they're not posed for someone in particular. Do you have accepted validators in your projects? I think everyone can answer this question. In which way are these projects validated? Yes, when we do the projects, we always have a validation project. It's a phase in which, a stage in which we make sure that everything works in a controlled environment. Then we go into a second stage where the research group, our colleagues that haven't worked actively on the project, a third person for them to validate, and then we reach this third stage that is a clinical trial. We always work with these studies of multiple pathologies, so we take the target population, anyone, could be someone with a certain auditory disability or a visual disability. We try to find a proper sample size of the population to be able to validate the technology. This is a process that takes time, of course. To be able to test any type of technology in people, we need to go through an ethics committee. They need to approve our procedure. Once they okay our technology, whether it's mature enough, whether it's safe for the participants in the study, and then finally we can perform the study. It's usually the final stage of the project itself. I understand that, Maria, you might have something different depending on the technology. You may need an ethics committee or not. In our case, we not only validate our projects, we co-design what are the needs. We sometimes don't reach the final user because they're usually an intermediary company. In the case of the Basque government, they wanted to try on their website. They say it's a beta version, so there could be several errors that need to be solved. Regarding the self-driving car, we can still drive. These cars cannot be driven in a space. So whenever we can, we'll try them out. I don't know if you would like to add anything else. Well, on our behalf, these challenges that we just mentioned, they are conceived from the beginning in collaboration with the ONCE Foundation. So validation is it has to do with the whole process, with the whole design, development, and implementing of the project in general. So I think this can be completed. Mariana, if you don't want to take part in this, I have another question specifically for you. Shoot me. They ask, I think anyone can answer this, but I think it has to do with you. In what way do local governments in these two processes in what way do you take into account real accessibility in your daily practice when focusing on these projects for smart cities? Well, I think this has a lot to do with the epilogue you gave to my small intervention. I would like to thank Fitur and Batur to take into account the access of accessibility as a pillar within the definition of a smart tourist destination. This facilitates things for us when explaining the needs of a destination in order to launch this type of performance. Whether it's with the technician or the politician. It wasn't as simple before it was standardized within the government to be able to incorporate this type of activities.
hacer esa transformación de destino turístico, ¿no? Antes de que exista este apellido destino turístico inteligente.
Before that, we had this smart tourist destination. Now it's much easier to explain the accessibility issue. It's easier now to walk towards this transformation into fully accessible. Each one can do depending on their abilities. The biggest conflict we find is being aware of the need to have a destination for all. Because this for all not only implies placing ramps on the streets, because often it's thought that you only need to solve mobility issues, but we have auditory issues, visual issues, psychological. There are a whole series of parameters that need to be taken into account. Thanks. And due to this new model, it's much easier to do it.
Bueno, perdón, sí.
Yes, sorry.
¿Ahora me oís bien?
Can you hear me?
Bueno, pues por nuestra parte,
Adolfo, estás en mute, Adolfo.
Es que Adolfo está silenciado y como lo veo ahí moviendo...
Perdón, Daniel.
Adolfo is muted. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Perfecto, gracias. En el caso del clúster, pues nos encontramos con que tenemos...
In the case of the cluster, we have one of our partners is AENOR, who is closely linked to the standard itself. They provide us an orientation. We began with the city of Granada in our initial process to build its path towards certification within the defined axis together with accessibility, technology, and innovation. We have this axis of accessibility as an irreplaceable requisite. It's permanently taken into account, and that's what we do in every project that we begin. Anna, no, you didn't want to say anything on this topic. Lots of people are talking about the autonomous, the self-driving car. This is something that's probably very expensive. Another type of things regarding mobility. What type of technology do you think are really useful and are readily available to improve mobility? I guess the question goes against me, so, well, a self-driving car needn't be expensive. It's a car. In the end, there are several types of self-driving vehicles. Those who are purposefully done for them, and then we have regular vehicles that can be hacked into being self-driving. Many of our current cars have a certain degree of autonomy. Right now, our problem is regulatory. I guess everyone is horrified when they read the self-driving car in the US that is running people over. Well, Americans like to launch things and then have them learn on their own. Self-driving car needs to know when they need to brake and when they need to stop. That's the American way. European way is much more conservative. So we won't have a self-driving car in Europe until the Germans, who are the leading authority in this, are sure that there are not going to be any problems, that no one is going to be killed by a self-driving car. So how long we have for the self-driving car? I don't know. Is it more expensive? No, it doesn't have to. Technology, the chips are evolving really fast. I can only say that we need to place all those algorithms in a chip that is not more expensive than 10 cents of a euro. So the problem is not technology, the problem is rather regulatory. Thank you. I think this is an excellent response to the question.
Otra pregunta que surge es relacionada precisamente con las personas, la
Another question is related to accessibility within workplace. Within there are people with disabilities who could be working in the tourist sector of the smart city. And if you think so, what are their facilities? What will be needed for its development? Sorry. Well, tourist offices that we work with usually, we find all kinds of people with different kinds of limitations, and they're fully integrated into their workplace. We don't think that we need any special conditioning. We are in Alicante. There's a network of tourist offices that work homogeneously. All of them need to fulfill a certain requirements to be fully accessible. In any context, we can find people with disabilities working with us. If anyone else would like to contribute to this question. There are several questions related to this topic. The participation of people with disabilities. It is vital to have this practical view. If you have foundations such as ONFED to be able to provide you with inspiration in this intersectorial groups, meetings, and committees, it is key to have experts of the very same municipality to allow them to transfer this practical perspective on how things should work.
Hemos perdido, ¿verdad?
Mariano. Mariano, ¿me oye?
Mariano, can you hear me? Yes, I was frozen. Yeah, you went away. It was very brief. We're going to follow up with other questions so that the other members of the panel can respond. For the technological sectors and for the companies that are members of the cluster, what are the technologies that we should need to promote? Which are the most important ones? Can you tell us about them briefly? The sector of tourism and accessibility, I'm sure Maria will have more information than us. For instance, these wearables, this new technology that is miniature, that has this really small size. It's an accessible and affordable technology. It's rather cheap. I think because of its ease of adaptability, of including it in museums, tourist offices. This type of small or cheap technology, such as mobile technologies, anything that is easy and fast. It's not a big infrastructure, such as a car or a helicopter. This is still to come. I think small things that generate a big change, such as simultaneous translation. These are the things that are going to be easier to have working. Yes, I fully agree with everything that has been said. I think many of the topics will be fractioned by the silver economy. For instance, the voice aspect is very reasonable. It's easy. We all need to hear and understand everything that has to do with automatic translation, transcription, dialogue systems. If this same thing we needed to do it by chat, half of the audience will be bored. Automatic translation, I think there's a lot of work that has already been done. I think guidance systems are still facing some issues. And anything we can think of that makes our life easier.
Y luego también quisiera resaltar el tema de, estamos hablando del usuario, pero también hay que hablar del back office, ¿no? De cómo
We're talking about the user, but we also need to talk about back office.
Para diferentes colectivos, incluso para la gente que tiene diversidad funcional, ¿no?
For different groups, for people with functional diversity, with sustainable, with smart destinations, how to take the smart decisions for those groups of users with special needs. Well, fortunately, we've run out of time. If you would like to add something else really quickly. I think this has more to do with organization, with the augmented reality technology. It's already there. An emergency system. For instance, if someone needs to use an elevator and it's out of service for a day, they need to receive a notification for that beforehand, so that the information that is not readily available but is not being used for accessibility. Thank you, all of you, for your interventions. I hope the audience learned something new today. Thank you very much for the ONCE Foundation and to everyone that made this possible today. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. It was a pleasure. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Adolfo. We cannot find a better way to put an end to the institutional part of our Congress than with a positive perspective on tourism. But we're going to finish our session today with something more playful, such as video games. we're going to bring several players together where disability is not a handicap. Will be able to take place in a very interesting. Enrique, you have the screen.